powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you deny funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I would want to congratulate management and staff for how far they've come. GhanaWeb is the biggest portal in Ghana and even in outside Ghana as well. For the people outside Ghana, this is their go-to portal. And anybody outside Ghana will tell you that GhanaWeb is where they get their source of news from. I've had friends who are residing outside Ghana, and anytime there's news about me, and this time it's about me, they hit me up and say, oh, I read this story about you on GhanaWeb, I read this story about you. So it tells me that it is the #1 portal for everybody else, for both of us in Ghana and outside. So I would want to congratulate the management and staff for the work that you've done over the years. And I wish you guys well. I pray for strength, for success, for favor, and for special grace, that you guys will live on to be 50, 70, and 100 years. Congratulations to you guys.
Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. So I met all your favorite YouTubers at Mensvik Hotel yesterday. It was a program organized by Wodemaya to learn from other creative and to also collaborate. Let's go right into the video.
Guys, Miss Trudy is in Ghana. Look at you.
Hey,
this is the face of shame. How can you not tell us?
I haven't been here that long.
She's smelling of America.
How do people from America smell? You're messing with me. I'm so happy to meet you again.
I'm so happy to meet you. So guys, if you don't know what is going on, this is the YouTube meetup and we are fortunate to have Miss Judy.
Oh, I'm so happy to be here. I was a little bit nervous, but now I'm good.
Oh.
Just a little. Because you know this is not my country.
Yeah.
Ghanaians, this is a whole different country and there are so many people.
Now you are part of the family, so you don't have to complain.
Oh,
you know?
that's so sweet. You're so sweet.
We need, guys, let's know in the comment section. We need to get Trudy a Ghanaian passport. Do you agree?
Ooh, I remember something. You know what? I'm born on a Monday, so my name is Ajwa.
Ajwa.
Hey, Ajwa. I have a Ghanaian name.
The fact that Jimmy has a Ghanaian name, it shows that she's Ghanaian.
I was told when I went to Maya as well. That, you know, even the Ghanaians are named by the days. You're born on
Wednesday.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Wow. Ajwa, baby.
So, are you guys interested to knowing your Ghanaian name? So if you are born on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday,
Friday,
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Akosia.
So that's very interesting. You don't know that. Do you do that in Kenya? I don't know.
So now you know your day name. At least if you come to Ghana and you are born on, everybody is born on a day, so at least you have a Ghanaian name. So yeah.
So from today, don't call me Miss Trudy, I'm Ajwa.
Miss Trudy, tell us your experience. How was the US experience?
Oh, it was amazing. Hey, US is so developed. It's so developed, it's so beautiful. Yeah, it was amazing.
And if you are from Africa, in fact, if you are from any part of Africa, America is like the dream destination. Everyone really hopes to at least be in America. And so when I was watching your videos, I was like, oh my god, she made it to America.
Yeah.
It's a big deal when you are here, so I really admire you a lot.
Oh, I thank God. I really, all of it, it's God.
Yeah. And she kept saying, hey, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible. I'm like, hey, Miss Trudy.
Nothing is impossible because me going to the US, I didn't spend even a shilling. All of it was sponsored.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing.
God can shock you. Like, God is amazing. Nothing is impossible. That's
so
my
would you
slogan.
say YouTube made it happen?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's because of YouTube. Nothing else. Because I'm working with these amazing people who decided to sponsor my trip to the US. So yeah.
So if you're watching this video and you intend to start a YouTube channel, I hope this motivates you.
Hey, YouTube changes lives.
Yeah. Thank you, darling.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate that.
Hi everyone, my name is Josie and my YouTube channel is MVJBT. Please subscribe to my channel.
Hi, beautiful.
So my name is Yaira Rose and I do travel vlogs. And subscribe to my channel and just see how where I go. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guys, my name is Stevie Curry Africa, and you should definitely subscribe to my channel. And my subscribers have been telling Stella to collab with me. I don't know why she hasn't done that yet. But yeah, I'm putting you out there. I'm going to do a collab with you.
It's definitely going to happen. Hi, darling.
Hello.
My name is Ajwa. My channel is Please subscribe to my channel. Please, I do have videos, makeup videos, and lifestyle videos. Please subscribe to me.
Hey, oh my goodness. It's actually been a while actually that I did any video on YouTube. So I think after a long break, this is like my debut.
Hey.
So yeah, hi guys, my name is Nueti. My channel name is Lifestyle by Nueti. And I know it's actually been a while I've posted anything, but look out for my video. Probably next week.
Hi, beautiful.
What's your channel name? My name is Rania. Therefore, the channel name is Rania.
was nice.
What did you learn?
Unfortunately, nothing I don't know. I didn't learn anything I don't already know, but I think for me, it's meeting other people.
Okay, connecting.
It's seeing the community. But most of the content we talked about, we hear it over and over again. I had this one question, which I decided not to ask because at the assembly now.
At the assembly,
yeah, so I couldn't. But yeah, I enjoyed myself.
Okay.
Seeing people and the actual faces.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
in real life.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm happy.
Alright. How are you?
Well,
how was the program?
It was so enlightening. In fact, one of the highlights of my day was so happy. Please subscribe to my channel, The Jumz TV. THE space JUMZ TV. So please subscribe. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to see energy. We can't match this energy. We can't match this. It's so good to have you.
Good to see you too.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Hi Esinam. How are you?
I'm good.
Look at Wendy. You're looking so sweet. Is there anything you want to say?
Oh, I'm happy seeing a lot of people here today. You know, it's amazing to connect with people, network, and then future collaborators. Yeah, so I mean, it's great. I love it here, and I'm sure this will help us connect with each other.
Alright.
Thank you, Stella.
You're welcome. Wendy.
Is the Wendy Minta, and today was really, really exciting because I met a lot of people that have been watching the videos and they are here. It's really interesting to connect and collaborate.
Alright. Thank you. So you were the MC for the show. How was the entire show?
I would say it was great. Interaction was also awesome. I would have wished that maybe at a point we interacted more of a sort, but now is the networking time, and I think the whole thing was great. For me, everyone spoke about. So I randomly brought you up. I brought Jasmine Ama also, and then Koji Sheldon spoke.
And Miss Trudy.
Miss Trudy, yes.
She's sitting pretty here. Yeah.
So it's a great one out there. Yeah, I think it was a great event.
Okay, so what happened was last year was more of like an open space, but this year is more of like it was too corporate. That's what people said. It's too professional. Don't you think maybe that's why the atmosphere was a little rigid?
I don't think so. Maybe. You see, what I think is that the first one, there wasn't a lot of people. This time around, it was even more, and it was under short notice, right?
Yeah.
So I think that it's not corporate, it's just that people are too shy most of the times to just interact. I'm a very shy person, you know, like me. So that's why.
Okay.
Everyone is like me, I think.
Thank you so much, Modin.
There's this lady that I notice her comments every single time. I finally get to see her in person. She's called Boss Baby Talk. And the good part is she just came from Canada yesterday. I hope you see the message. Please subscribe to her YouTube channel. Show her some love. She's one of the very supportive subscribers, and it's good to finally see you in person.
Nice to meet you.
What are you doing in Ghana?
Well, we just came to Ghana for a holiday, actually. Me and my family. And I saw this yesterday on Instagram. Then I'm like, I have to be here. Even though I lost my voice, and I'm like, I need to rest for like 2 days. But I can do that. Like, I saw that. I said, no, when Maya is going to be there, I'm going to see Stella Shanaili. I'm going to see all these people. Oh my God, I have to be there. And that's why I'm here.
Yeah, and it is happening. So we just ended, and it's time to go. But definitely, you're going to see her on my channel soon.
Sure, definitely. I'm still very much around. Peace out.
Good to see you.
How was the program?
The program was lit, but I was late. I'm so happy to meet Stella. I met her. I think I saw her a video of her with Maya. I finally met her. I also met Bouquet. I'm very I'm so happy. Go and subscribe to my channel, Delivery Them. My name on Instagram, Delivery for Them. You love my country. You love my country.
Alright. Look at this missing, lost but found Quintilly. Why have you gone? Where did you go? Why? Where did you go?
I've been around. I've had to get interview with business and all that.
When are you coming back?
I don't want to give a day. I don't want to give a day. You have to give a day.
You have to. She has to.
Expect me later by November.
All right. So she's going to come back. I hope you guys are enjoying the whole meeting all your favorite YouTubers so far. If you've already seen your favorite YouTuber, let me know in the comment section. Nweki, hi.
Hi guys.
Good to see you.
It's actually been a while, but I'm glad to have gotten Stella afterward. Just last year.
Yeah, last year.
At Wodemaya Secondary.
Yeah.
So it's actually like I've had a great time reconnecting with other YouTubers. Even though I want to not anything, but I'm coming back. Just subscribe to my channel, Lifestyle by Nweki, and just just come around. Let's have a good time on my channel, and let's see the kind of content that you want. Comment, like, do all the fun stuff.
Hi, Fred. How you doing?
I'm good.
How was the show? How was the program?
Charlie, I think we have to be doing things like this a lot, and I learned a lot from this.
What did you learn?
I learned that collaboration can build you. Secondly, you don't know it all, and other people have, like, we are all good in our own unique ways. So if we come together like this, aside the fact that we connect on YouTube and those things, we create a family and create a community. So things like this are what I think inspire me to grow and see the continent also transform.
All right, I'm glad you did.
Oh, Charlie.
Hi, beautiful ladies.
So we are Zambian all the way
from Zambia.
Yes.
And what did you learn today?
First of all, I think they had a program like this last year.
Yeah.
And it has always been a blessing. Today was remarkable, honestly. That you have to be consistent. You don't think you can just like grow your channel by posting one and then coming 2 weeks or 3 weeks or a month after. I have to be consistent. I have to like collaborate with other people, because when I interact with other people, their audience also interacts with my channel as well. And also learned, what else did you learn?
Well, for me, I think the biggest one was about haters. I'm one of a person who's so scared to post content because I'm scared of what the haters are going to say. So I love that Sheldon did say that don't care about what people say just because of one person. Just do you, and that's amazing.
Your channel names?
Chisankine.
Okay.
Simply Pimpa. Simply Pimpa.
Simply Pimpa has been on my channel.
Yes! She's my mentor. I cannot do YouTube intro. Stella taught me.
If you guys have missed that video, it's up on my channel, so you can check it out.
Bye.
What did you learn today?
I learned to remain consistent.
Okay.
Because I've had that time where I was not consistent. Now I'm consistent. It takes time. Never be inconsistent, because when you are, you're biting in the bottom. You get me? So stay consistent.
She's a mom, so she's talking like a typical teacher.
That's right.
What's up, Charlie? We're back again. Okay, no, I don't have high energy. Hi guys, my name is Ndiro. I'm a Kenyan business journalist and digital content creator currently in Accra to make content and to see some nice Ghanaian man. So yeah,
how has it been creating content in Ghana so far?
Amazing. Majority of the people I reach out to, they're very open, they're very welcoming. Now I'm addicted to people.
Okay.
Yes.
And the last time you posted that you were meeting your boyfriend, I hope you stay in Ghana because of him.
Well, Benjamin, do the thing. Do the damn thing.
Hi, you came all the way from the north?
Yes.
How was the experience?
Well, it was very good. I think being here, YouTube can become lonely sometimes, and so reaching out to, this kind of physical meeting sometimes, it's really very good. And I'm amazed. In fact, my channel name is Africa. Yes, I'm amazed because I've just met Stella for the very first time, and I was just sharing with her how, I missed her slightly when she visited the north. I'm based in the northern part of Ghana, specifically in Damaro, which is now the Savannah region. Stella passed by to my backyard, which is the Muli National Park, and I saw the video. I was like, hey,
don't go.
But hey, it does happen. Faith has it that I'll meet her here today, and all the way from the north, I'm here and I've met her. Guys, isn't that amazing?
It's amazing.
Nubuke is one funny girl. If you want to laugh, go to a channel. If you want good editing,
themselves come when the boss is saying it. When the boss is saying it, you gotta believe it.
Finally meet you.
So like last year.
See.
And that's why it's true. You come for these things. Next year.
The next time. Yeah.
I look small in my camera and I'm bigger.
No, not in a bad way. But how was the program though?
It was nice. No, it's really nice. It's really nice to see so many creators. Like, listen, last year one body was like, who's monetized? I was like, it's not me, my house was down and everything.
And now she's monetized and she's making billions. Like, bring it on.
Don't show anybody.
Okay, I have to hide it. This is imaginary money.
Yeah. But we're projecting in the future, you know, it's coming to pass.
So do all subscribe to each other. Jasmine, how about we meet again?
Hi everybody.
What did you learn today?
I learned a lot. What did I learn? It's important to stay together. There is a point of competition, but it's important to stay together and work together as well. That was the biggest thing. But stay competitive, that's important. Don't get like
distracted.
Yeah, distracted. Exactly. So like too late.
Yeah.
Alright.
I can see her makeup is nice. Her makeup is so nice.
And she's looking cute.
She's looking cute.
Just like her videos. I'm a governor. If you guys don't know, I'm a governor. Okay, how about you? What did you learn? In fact, what did you learn? Before you run away, what did you learn today?
That this brownie is not bad, one. And two, that Shaleli is bad.
She don't be.
It's not Shaleli the view. It's like, listen to me. The YouTube B1 or back. They got the
everybody knows I'm a governor. If you are not watching the video, what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for?
What did you learn today?
Okay, so I learned that Budimaya was talking about how like people always overthink when they want to start creating something. I think that sometimes I like to have a whole idea and a whole way of making my videos. I think sometimes just get up and then start and then flow. Hey, I love you. Stop.
She has brought her attitude on camera. Everybody will see you.
Yeah. Everybody knows you for who you are. You're a nice person. I'm a nice person. Stop. But I was slapper.
So, what did you learn today?
I learned a lot. I learned a lot when it comes to monetization, and it's actually a road that I'm heading towards. So I think this whole meet and greet served as a great purpose for me. I didn't know a lot of things when it comes to monetization, but I think a lot of people spoke like insights. So I mean, it's a good thing.
All right, thank you, darling. Hi, darling. Are you also a YouTuber? Also a YouTuber?
Yeah.
What did you learn today?
What I learned today? A lot.
This is not Stella Chanel, she's the one behind the camera. Yes, I'm crazy like that, don't mind me. So I'm always slangy. Nobody asked me to introduce myself, but I've introduced myself. I'm always slangy.
What did you learn?
Oh, today I learned a lot of things like consistency, you know, consistency moves with passion.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. And sometimes you may think that when you have the two, you are good to go. Your channel will blow. But I realized today that it's not like that. Some people, get their channel to blow within a week, 2 days, and then they are off. But other people too, it takes forever or like some time. So in as much as you have consistency, if you are consistent and you are passionate, you need to also give it time before it flows. It's not magic.
Alright. Thank you so much, darling.
And you know you are not leaving without doing a video, right?
Oh, yes.
Even travels more than extraordinary.
Yeah, more than the ones you even, yeah. And that's true.
Doing stuff, if your stuff will change, it's just random stuff. So, secondly, just know like the time to put your stuff, and content is time. Because sometimes, like when I'm posting on Instagram, right? I have a target. If I post, I don't get like 500, I'll delete it. Wow. But I got the time and I still the right time to post. So when I post my stuff, within a short time you notice, and there are stuff you need to use like.
And the funny thing is, even sometimes there are like some content that you post, people will not even watch, but based on that content, they will come back again. They will subscribe. Based on that content they watched previously, they will come back and come and now watch it. And then when they come and they fall in love with the second one,
they'll go to the third one.
And one thing about Ghanaians too is they will follow you where you are going. When you are now starting, now
I know this knowledge because me myself.
So even your own friends, so like that.
I use myself like as a survey, right? When I started what I'm doing, they were telling me I'm mad,
Hey, your hairstyle.
When they saw like my style trending, right? Because I've done stuff like Stella, Charlotte, back to back and all that. Now they are coming.
They are coming, yes.
Everybody want to be around you. Yeah. And it's cool. So me, when I'm doing stuff, I tell myself, you can't come again. If I wake up early in the morning, I tell myself, I'm going to be great, and I'll do it. Yeah. So I was just taking much time to create pictures, but now I think I have a lot of stuff and stuff.
For me, I think I've gone past.
And she's my motivation.
I've gone past thinking of subscribers and all that, because after that money that I spent on my YouTube, I stayed up till like I bought camera for like 7,500, bought lens like 8,500, bought a lot of. I spent almost like, let's say 200,000 on my YouTube, 20,000. But one video that I did, I recorded 3 videos and I realized that there was no sound there. I was so pissed. So I just applied share myself my face and I want my camera. I started giving them my mind. I gave my mind, and that video is like 1.something K view. I'm like,
wow.
Oh, so people want random face. Random face, that's what you want. If I get the time, I will express myself. I think for me, I'm one part thinking of views and all those. I just do me. For me, I feel like when I stand in front of the camera, whatever I say is a healing for me. My own experience, the things that bothers me. And I feel like that one person out there needs to hear. And that one person will come and watch. If one person even watch, for me, it's okay for me. So I have stopped everything. Now I do for me, not for anybody. And that one person who wants to listen or who wants to watch. And that's Wait, Stella, can somebody hold this for you so that you can be in the interview?
No, don't worry. I have the long arm.
Yes, well, listen, we have one thing inside.
Oh, be quiet, right.
Okay, let's go. Hey.
My name is Stella. When I go to Kenya, I eat crocodiles. I dance. I scuba dive. And when I'm back home, we don't go live.
Okay, guys, this is you where we're here, the one and only energy upon energy. She brings the energy to the energy. This is Stella, the one and only Chanel herself. We just want to say it's a great honor and pleasure. Actually, we should be saluting and honoring and bowing.
I'm going down. I'm going.
They remember you from my channel. So is there anything you like to say? I mean, how was the program? Did you learn anything from here?
No, it was a great program. It was wonderful coming in the same space, one physical building as hundreds of YouTubers. You know, people who are inspired, people who are well accomplished, and people who are just trying to get into it. So it was a wonderful event.
And you know what? I knew this, but until I came here today, we realized that there were so many people doing travel, food, tourism, children, I mean, you name it. Africa is such a creative ground, and we need these things to be happening more and more. But we just want to say a huge thank you to Mike for organizing this. And I think even in his absence, we need to get together to honor what he's doing and to keep the fire. Stella, thank you so much. Thank you so much, darling. Yambo, you understand. Come closer. You understand. How was the program? I mean, you were the moderator for everything, right? I mean, you were in charge of the sound and everything.
Everything, yeah.
How did the program go?
Charlie Miracle.
I think this is a good initiative Maya has started.
Yeah, but I think this is the honest truth, okay? First on Celeste channel, before I even do a news about it. This thing, we plan everything in just a day.
Wow, yeah. I mean, he posted it just yesterday.
Yes, because we were trying to like get the venue for the thing.
Yeah.
We were not getting it. Okay. So last minute and we were able to secure this place. So we had to do the flyer same day, post it, we edit, everything, and challenge was successful.
Oh, I'm glad. Thanks to you too. Yeah.
We are back again, Charlie!
And guys, I mean, we are at Mensvik Hotel. This is how the pool area looks like. Mr. Kambi.
Hi Stella, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. So how was the program? How do you find the program?
I mean, I only found out about this yesterday, like everyone else did. So I feel like I didn't know how it would go, seeing as there wasn't much organization. But taking that into consideration, like I think it went amazingly. Like the amount of people that turned up with such short notice. And also, I was a bit nervous about what I was going to say, but I think, you know, kind of like it was fine.
Yeah.
And Bode, like every time he speaks, I feel like just like lyrics.
There's something to learn. So what did you pick from today's section? I mean, what did you learn today?
I think what I learned is that there's so many content creators here in Ghana, in Accra. A lot of people that I didn't know about that I'm now finding out about, and that, you know, nobody can say that nobody's doing YouTube in Ghana. Like, there's so many creators.
Okay, thank you so much. So yeah, that's Vanessa Kambi. I mean, everybody knows Vanessa Kambi.
Not everybody knows.
At least now they get to know.
Who's Vanessa Kambi?
All right, thank you so much.
So, I mean, with the Maya, he organized everything. He's so tired now, but I mean, just say something to everyone watching this video. I mean, I know you're tired of seeing me.
I'm not tired. I'm not tired. It's okay.
No, I mean, me.
Oh, they are tired of seeing me on the channel. They can't be tired of seeing what Maya. Yeah, but you know what? We organized a very beautiful event. I'm so glad that so many people showed up. Stella was here, Della. I mean, everybody was here. And I want to say that thank you all so much for coming. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please don't stop creating. Let's take African content to the world. Stella, you want me to say something else again?
I don't know. Tell them to subscribe to my YouTube channel. Yeah.
If you're watching this video, welcome back, Charlie.
We are back again, Charlie.
We are back again, Charlie. You know how we do it. Yeah, subscribe and be part of Stella Chanel's YouTube channel, SS. The only YouTuber with the SS. The S squared.
The sickle cell SS. Not in a bad way.
We're back, yeah, but I mean, it was a fun event.
Yeah.
It was a fun event, and right now what I'm doing is I'm filming everyone.
Yeah.
I'm already exhausted.
Yeah, I know, right? Thank you. What did you learn today?
Honestly, Charlie, I was not now.
You didn't listen?
Oh, I learned so much actually.
What did you learn?
Yeah, I heard that we shouldn't only focus on the revenue, but on the quality of the content we are creating. That was from Coach Sheldon.
Oh.
It was something very like amazing, and that's something that to me, like to create a difference between you, the normal trader. Hey, Charlie,
you know, he's been trading. He's been doing forex trading. He's even making forex trading here. Hi, Truvon.
Hi, everyone. It's me.
She's representing her name, her brand, Truvon, on YouTube. I mean, I saw that you went live. How was the entire show? What did you learn?
It was great. It was my first time meeting and lots of the big YouTubers in Ghana. So yeah, that was a great experience. And what I learned is basically to be consistent. That's what everybody kept saying, that be consistent and then give it time. Give it a little time. Don't compare yourself to like other YouTubers. It's not a competition. It's a community that we are trying to build. So if somebody did a similar video and is doing well, and you've done the same thing and it's not doing well, just give it time, and then also be unique. So in as much as it's like a community, you're copying from other people, also try to
be yourself,
your own style in the community, and then not to concentrate too much on the money. Just build the audience, and then I think you even gave me that advice one day, that when people notice you for one thing, all the other things will start working out for you. So yeah, so I think that I learned so.
Thank you so much.
Subscribe to my channel.
True boys.
True boys.
I mean, you'll be the last person I'm talking to because you're my friend and also a YouTuber.
It's understandable because today you were a superstar and you were everywhere.
Hey.
Celebrity.
Hey. Pretty. So, I mean, what did you learn today?
Stella.
What did you learn?
I learned not to be lazy.
Not to be lazy, right? What did you learn?
I learned consistency, pace. You get it? And we need to be consistent with creating of content. We need to be ourselves. We shouldn't, pay too much attention to the gadgets we are using and all that. So start with whatever you have, and then you never know.
You will be my last. What did you learn? What did you all learn today?
I learned to be consistent, believe in yourself, believe in what you do, and then at the end of the day, it's gonna pay off.
What's your YouTube channel?
LD Francesca. Whenever you hear baby, that is me. I'm the only one who make that noise.
Lifestyle by
R-N-A. So R to the N to the A.
What did you learn today?
Oh, I really learned a lot. However, the key things that you should know is that never be discouraged. Start with what you have, okay? And keep posting, keep uploading, and understand what your audience wants. Also, get to build your community, and that is when you can post and then leave your video, and the next day, a lot of people have showed love on it. Yeah, so that's it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez prendre place. Please rise to welcome. Debout pour l'exécution de l'hymne de la CEDEAO. Thank you, Your Excellencies. You may kindly be seated. Your Excellency Nana Addo-Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Excellencies, members of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government, Your Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS mediator for Mali, Your Excellency Jean Excellency Mahamat Saleh Anadif, Special Representative of the United Nations Secretary General, Head of the UN Office for West Africa and Sahel, Honorable Ministers, Your Excellency Mrs. Finda Koroma, Vice President of ECOWAS Commission, Honorable Commissioners, Excellencies, the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished invited guests, Bimvindo, dans la très chaleureuse ville d'Accra. Ce jour, jeudi 16 septembre 2021, se tient la session extraordinaire de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO portant sur la situation politique en République de Guinée et Mali. Il se tient présentement la cérémonie d'ouverture. L'agenda de cette cérémonie comme suit. Un discours d'ouverture de son Excellence Nana Addo-Dankwa Akufo-Addo, président de la République du Ghana, président en exercice de la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement de la CEDEAO. Puis, la conférence des chefs d'État et de gouvernement procédera en huis clos. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Nana Addo-Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Chairperson of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of State and Government, for his opening statement.
Excellencies, Heads of State and Government of the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, members of the Authority, representatives of member states, President of the ECOWAS Commission, the ECOWAS mediator in Mali, the Special Representative of UN Secretary General for West Africa and the Sahel region, fellow citizens, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all of you to Accra once again, and I thank you for responding to the call. With our deliberations centering on the happenings in Guinea and Mali. We're met today for further urgent deliberations on events in those two countries. Presidents, at the second extraordinary summit on the political crises in Guinea and Mali is a clear manifestation of the solidarity and commitment of the ECOWAS community to the democracy, peace, prosperity, and unity of the region. Excellencies, as we all know, there was a coup d'etat in the Republic of Guinea on 5th September 2021, and President Alpha Condé has since been detained by the military. That same day, we issued a strong statement condemning the coup, demanding his immediate release, and the rest have also condemned the coup. In discussing this issue during our virtual conference of 8 September 2021, we reiterated our condemnation, suspended Guinea forthwith from membership of our organization, and decided to establish immediately to Guinea a high-level ECOWAS mission composed of the chairperson of the Council of States, the Ghanaian Foreign Minister, the Honorable Shirley Ayoko Boutre, the President of the ECOWAS Commission, His Excellency Jean-Claude Brou, the Foreign Minister of Burkina Faso, the Honorable Alpha Bari, and the Foreign Minister of Togo, the Honorable Robert Dussey, to assess the situation in that country and report back to us. The delegation went to Guinea on Friday, the 10th of September, met the military leaders and saw President Alpha Conde in his place of detention. They have made a report to us, which will be the basis of our deliberations at this emergency summit on Guinea. We will receive also a report from the mediator of the Malian crisis, His Excellency Goodluck Jonathan, the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, on developments in Mali. We are required to take informed decisions on these matters. I count on you, Excellencies, to help proffer durable solutions to the crisis. And I'm confident that, as in the past, we will rise to the occasion. I wish us fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention and declare this opening ceremony closed.
We thank His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Chairperson of the Authority of ECOWAS Heads of States and Government, for his opening statement. This concludes the opening session of the Extraordinary Summit of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of States and Government on the political situation in the Republics of Guinea and Mali. The Authority of Heads of States and Government will now move into a strict closed-door session. At this point, we request for all media to kindly please exit the hall.
Continue thriving and obviously achieve higher, and everybody knows that even though I'm not working with them again, but my personal relationship with the owner and many of the management and the staff, it is where my heart is. So I wish them very well, but I'm sure that even without wishes they will still do very well.
Welcome to another edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idasari. What I'm holding here is a ticket which is Netherlands bound. Now I'm holding this because a couple who had boarded a KLM flight were, for want of a better word, thrown off or denied the flight because they were campaigning or trying to judge against KLM's current directive about 7 vegetarian meals on African flights. My name is Lord Harris Idasari. When we return from the break, we'll be speaking to one of the victims, the husband, actually. He'll be telling us exactly what happened last night, which was September 15th. Do stay, the conversation continues. Welcome back. My name is Lord Harris Idasari. Now, today our guest is Nico van Stadenijn. He, together with his wife, were aboard the KLM flight bound to the Netherlands. They were supposed to arrive there tomorrow afternoon, actually. But let me just ask him himself. He's here and he's going to tell us exactly what happened and everything that has to do with it. Nico, thanks for speaking to us. Now, tell me, GhanaWeb did a story about the fact that you and then your spouse got blocked from flying the KLM flight because you were sharing some tracts and whatnot about the KLM directive. Give me more details about that.
how did this entire thing happen?
First of all, I'm a Dutch, I'm a frequent flyer, and KLM is my favorite airline.
Okay.
What happened is that last week I read in the international news, but also in Dutch news, that KLM had the intention to go green and had the intention to only serve vegetarian meals on its flight.
Okay.
Except for some destinations where people are big meat lovers, like destinations to Texas, to Argentina, and that kind of things.
Okay.
What I did was actually a joyful action to make clear to KLM that African people, Ghanaians, also love meat. A Dutch person will buy 3 times 100 grams meat for his family. A Ghanaian buys 2 kilo or half an animal at the same time.
Okay.
We also love meat. On top of it, KLM flights are already, partly through taxes and partly through their booking system, more expensive than 2 other flights on a 6-7 hour flying destination. So if you already pay more, you can easily serve us meat on the flights.
Okay.
So what I did is I printed at my own cost 2 banners and 300 leaflets to make the Ghanaians aware of this. And what I actually wanted is that some of the reactions would reach KLM and made them aware that African people also love meat, and try to get them away from the plans to go vegetarian on African flights.
Okay.
We had the attention, what I hoped for. What I didn't hope for is not even me being thrown from the flight, but the reactions in Ghana, who are in the majority very, very negative about KLM.
Okay. What time was your flight?
I was supposed to fly 10:10.
Okay.
And what happened was we were seated in our seats already, row 18. The purser came to us and asked if we were the people spreading the lies. I said, what lies are you talking about? Yeah, that we're going vegetarian. I said, well, here are 3-4 websites, even 2 were from the Dutch press, that KLM is going veggie. And that's why I'm trying to make the people aware that they shouldn't do that on African flights, because you're going to lose a lot of customers. And she was laughing a little bit about it, and she said, what is this next to you? And that was a rolled up banner. And I said, that's a banner, and I want to take a picture with my wife holding the banner.
Okay.
She said, that's not allowed, and I'm confiscating your banners. I said, fine, but beware what will happen. What is supposed to be a positive action to try to change the minds of KLM management is going to be a negative action, because tomorrow morning I'm going to the press in Amsterdam that I couldn't take a picture with my banner, and it will give a lot of negative reactions for KLM. And she said, are you threatening me? I said, I'm not threatening you. I'm only telling, keep this positive. I'm not hanging the banner anywhere. I'm not opening it even. But my reason for doing this is that I want to stop KLM from these bad intentions. And if I can't do it in this positive way, by all means it will end up in a very negative way, because I still think KLM shouldn't cancel meat and chicken and fish on their flights, especially not on their international flights. She walked away. She came back 2 minutes later with the captain. And the captain said, I've been threatening the stewardess. And even the person sitting on the other side of the aisle said, that's absolutely not true. He never threatened her. They've never exchanged harsh words. They were very polite. The captain, and I said, yes. And all I wanted to do is open the banner. She said I couldn't. She will confiscate it. And I said, I was waiting for her to come and take the banner.
Did the
captain said, I'm not going any discussion with you. You're leaving my flight now. My son is a pilot, so I've been a frequent flyer for many, many years with 2 different airlines, so I know how it works on board of a plane. So I said, no problem. We packed our things and we walked out.
What time was
no
this?
protest on the flight, nothing. That was just before takeoff. Wow. Whilst I walk out, my wife is speaking perfect Dutch, because she lived in Holland for 16 years. She heard that stewardess telling her colleagues that we've been threatening her and that's why we are removed from the flight. So my wife turned around and said, "Who has been threatening you? Because nor my husband nor I have threatened you. Don't lie about what is happening to justify your mistakes." Then we continued going back to the check-in area. We opened the banner, this time really out of protest, and took a picture. The airport police came, we explained the whole case. They themselves were saying, yeah, that's very bad. They think Africans don't like meat, and they think we are poor, and that's why we are not used to meat. We also love our meat. The guy was a Northerner, so he loves his chichinga. And so we ended up joking and laughing a little bit. I have to say, the KLM station manager really did his best to get us on the next flight of Air France, who was delayed and was leaving, I think, a little bit over 1 hour after that.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the flight was fully booked. So he is hopefully at this moment, if KLM management doesn't stop him, working on getting back to Amsterdam. Because we were supposed to arrive 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock in Amsterdam, have breakfast, flying to Sofia, where my wife has a medical checkup tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. But there's no way we can make that anymore.
I see. You stated that you printed 300 leaflets.
Yes, A5, small leaflets, just to make the customer aware. And it ended with the text, "Long live KLM, long live Ghana."
Okay.
So there was no bad intention in doing that.
Your exercise. Where did you distribute these leaflets?
Before boarding, the waiting area.
Okay, and you distributed all 300?
Not all. Some are still on the flight. They arrived in Amsterdam this morning, all alone.
Okay. Okay. Nico, you noted that you read the reports about 2 weeks ago about KLM's intention.
Yes.
But when you, in your engagements with the crew aboard the flight,
they denied it.
They denied it and described it as lies. I mean, before you printed out the leaflets, did you have some form of conversation or reach out to KLM information to ascertain its as a fact?
What I have done, you know me, I'm writing articles for several outlets in Ghana, for newspapers. I've been on TV programs. I always do my homework. I never jump into something without verifying my facts. And last week there was a big article in the largest newspaper in the Netherlands, where KLM also denied that it was true, but research into KLM staff and even flying KLM staff confirmed that it was true, and there were forces in KLM really pushing this through, and there were other forces trying to stop it. And the KLM partners, but that's all hearsay.
Okay.
The KLM partners are also not happy with it because they think they can lose connecting flight customers. So KLM said now, we are not introducing vegetarian food for the moment. That was the last comment.
Okay. And you also noted that before getting you off his flight, the captain refused to hear your side of the story.
Yes, but I understand him. A captain is like a judge and the jury and the police at the same time on his flight. And he was, I don't say he shouldn't have listened to my story, but he was in his right to ask me to go off the flight. That is in air law, and that is what my son informed me about. That's his right. And as I said, there were no harsh words, there was nothing going on, so I don't think it was justified. And I think he was wrongly informed by the purser, or he just didn't want any hiccup or steering up in in his flight.
How did the entire exercise or experience make you feel?
I'm still a KLM fan, and my whole target, my whole reason for doing this is, number one, a lot of people, not only in Europe but in the US and other countries, don't have a clue what goes on in Africa. They don't have a clue about our culture, and they take this type of decisions not knowing how we are thinking about it. So my first reason was, don't do this, because Ghanaians who can afford flying and can afford flying KLM, they love meat. We all love meat, just like people of Texas and Argentina. So don't take that decision. And if you take it, leave us on the list of countries where you serve meat. That was my whole intention. And my intention was not to damage KLM. And I'm sincerely hoping that I can fly tonight on KLM. And I've got the attention I wanted. The negative attention is something that I never wanted. I read this morning, I hardly slept tonight because my brains kept on keeping me awake whilst the body was tired. But I read some very negative, racist remarks of Ghanaians on these decisions of KLM, and that was never my intention. And I ask your listeners and readers to stop that, because I think the whole thing went out of hand by misinformation of only one staff member. And the person who walked in the waiting area and started to try to take the leaflets away is a Ghanaian, or I think he's a Nigerian, working for KLM. I think he took the wrong decision. He never came to me and asked what is going on. And I think the actions of the purser of KLM were based upon his assessment. But that's guessing. And so please don't come over KLM like they're the worst people in the world. It's a fantastic airline. And we missed our flight, and we missed my wife's doctor's appointment. And we had to cancel. Your wife had a
doctor's appointment?
Yes, Friday morning, for a small operation. And because we are not living here, our daughter is a medical doctor in Bulgaria. That's why we mostly have this kind of things in Bulgaria. So,
with what has happened now, are you still going to carry on your campaign or crusade to educate the African population?
It's not a crusade. It's not even against KLM.
No,
it's against a worldwide trend to make the whole world vegetarians. And I think the main reason is not pollution of CO2, pollution of animals. Number one, there are people who confirm that, and there are people who are vehemently denying it. But human beings, when you were in school, you have the round circle of things you have to eat, and meat is one of them. It's unnatural not to eat meat, and I'm a human being who also loves his meat. So it's not only here; it's all over the world. The main reason is that when the medical science improved, we were too slow in trying to reduce the number of children we were having all over the world. And now the ones who are alive are the victims of that by making unnatural adjustments to make sure we are not killing Mother Earth.
Okay, all right. We're taking a short break here. We've been speaking to Nico van Stadenijn. He's been telling us his experience aboard the KLM flight whilst trying to educate some of the passengers and other Ghanaians and the crew about the directive or the pending directive by KLM to scrap meat of African males on their flight. My name is Lord Harris Udasari. When we return from the break, we'll wrap up.
Hi,
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back. You're still watching Say It Loud. Our guest today is Nico van Stadenijn. He was thrown off the KLM flight because he wanted to educate some passengers and essentially those around him about KLM's directive to go vegan in their African meals. I'm going to read some portions of a news article published by Palipan and on the KLM scrapping of meat. It says here that KLM scraps meat from menus airline goes full vegetarian, and says that KLM has decided to take meat and fish from its in-flight dining menus and goes full vegetarian in a bid to become a more sustainable airline. And it further goes on to say that the news about KLM going meatless was reported by Dutch National Daily Telegraph, and Nico cited this earlier in the conversation. And then they cited KLM's Director of Customer Experience, Krijken. Says he told the largest Dutch newspaper that the move to vegetarian food was motivated by the airline's wish to become more sustainable. Mr. Krijken said sustainability is an important theme. We constantly look at trends in society and adjust our menu development accordingly. Right, and so it goes on and it cites him again where he says that almost nobody noticed it, that we no longer serve meat on European flights, and it will be rolled out in the coming years across the rest of the network. So from this, I get a sense that it hasn't been rolled out yet. Okay.
All about.
Okay, so what Nico is showing me here are the publications by some
international Dutch, and national newspapers.
Some international newspapers, including the
flying
Dutch
magazines.
As well. Great. Now so your input here is that KLM shouldn't deny Africans or Ghanaians who can afford or would still want their meat in their meals.
If KLM continues, number one, in business class with meat and fish and chicken, and they continue to flights where they are scared to lose customers, Argentinian people, South Africans, people from Texas, they are meat lovers. They know for sure they're going to lose customers. I wanted to warn them, include Ghana, Nigeria, all other African flights on it, because Africans are also meat lovers, and you will lose a lot of customers. That's all I wanted.
Okay. After you noted that you put it out there to get the attention of KLM, and you said that some personnel have reached out to you to try and get you another flight. Right. But moving on, what else would you want done? Do you want an apology? With everything that you've gone through, what exactly do you want there?
My only target was to try to make clear to KLM not to cancel meat on this flight.
Okay.
And I think and I hope with all these reactions, because it's all over Ghana, it's starting to come in Holland. I had phone calls of 2 TV stations in Holland already by 6 o'clock this morning. I hope that KLM realizes this is a wrong decision. And right now, you have a choice. Not because of COVID, but pre-COVID, you were always asked, do you want chicken or fish? You want meat or fish? If you wanted vegetarian, you had to order a special meal that you wanted a vegetarian meal, or a halal meal, or a kosher meal, or a gluten-free meal.
Okay.
Why don't you just leave it like that? So people who want to be vegetarians can be vegetarians. And that's all I want, that I have a choice. I never go to a restaurant where they don't sell alcohol. I'm not a child. I can decide myself, number one, if I want a beer with my meal or not. I want the choice. People have to have a choice. So that was my whole intention. I'm not looking for anything else. And as I said, the country manager is doing his best. I don't know yet if he's going to make it because he is under management from the Netherlands. But otherwise, I have to go to other airlines.
Okay. All right. So, Nico, with the experience that you went through, how did your wife take it?
My wife loves meat just as much as I do, and she also knows you can't protest against it. But she was the one hearing the stewardess saying that we threatened her, and she got angry about that. And the rest, she's not blaming me for spreading these leaflets, and she was even spreading them as well, trying to explain to people what KLM wanted to do. They haven't done it. The only reason they are doing it at the moment is that they only serve one meal for everybody, which is a vegetarian meal. It's not a choice because of COVID, and otherwise with more meals you have more chances to infect somebody.
Yeah.
But she is also taking it. But we had a lot of calls from Ghanaian friends and who were saying, don't they know in Ghana we love meat? So we've both had a lot of attention this morning. Our daughter was very disappointed. She just graduated as a medical doctor, and she was ready to pick us up from the airport. So now she has to wait 1 or 2 days depending on when we are able to get there. She cancelled the doctor's appointment for us, for my wife already.
Okay.
So no hard feelings against KLM, but I just prefer to fly KLM, and otherwise I have to look for another airline.
So in the event that that doesn't come through, doesn't pass through, I mean, they still go ahead with the vegan meal. Are you going to stop flying KLM?
That one I don't know. That one I don't know, because a lot of times KLM Amsterdam is our transit points, and we can fly through other transit points as well. Weird enough, and I don't know how it came, but one airline who is flying on Ghana already contacted us and offered us a ticket free of charge on their airline if they could get the publicity. And I refused.
Why did you not take it?
Because I don't want to damage KLM, because I know for sure it's a marketing investment. They want to promote their airline at the cost of KLM, and I think the mistake of maybe 1 or 2 employees of KLM don't deserve to be dragging the name of the whole airline down. That's not needed, and that was never my intention with the whole action we took.
Okay, so what happens if or when the country director, the KLM country director, is unable to secure another flight for you to the Netherlands?
Just to be sure, I already booked another flight, and I have to pay the flight within the next hour to be able to leave today.
Still with KLM?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't know what the decision of KLM management is. Maybe they are insulted and they ban me from booking KLM flights. And you know how it is, if you misbehave on a flight,
you can blacklist you.
You become on a blacklist. So number one, we didn't misbehave at all. So I don't think they have any right to put us on the blacklist. I don't think they'll be doing that. I hope they won't do that. But otherwise, from now on, I'll take another airline.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. I hope Mrs. 1009 is doing better.
Yeah, she's okay.
So that's all we have on today's edition of Say It Loud. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari. We've been speaking to Nico van 1009. He was victimized, for want of a better word, on KLM flights last night when he attempted to fly to the Netherlands. Now, his offense was that he was distributing pamphlets or leaflets educating some passengers and other Africans who were going to take the flights about KLM's directive or pending directive to scrap meat of their meals served in the economy class. He says he's still considering his options if the country director doesn't come through and help him secure another flight, because they do need to get home. We'll see how that goes, but I must say that he's also the Bulgarian consul to Ghana and a board member of the State Enterprise Commission. Do join us for our subsequent episodes on Say It Loud.
It gives me great privilege to congratulate GhanaWeb on your 22nd anniversary. You have been a trailblazer in providing accurate and timely news, and we salute you on all your achievements and accomplishments. We wish you another 22 years of top-notch professional journalism. So congratulations once again, and keep up the good job.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Black Stars coach CK Akono and his two assistants have been shown the exit door by the GFA Executive Committee. A new committee have been set in place led by Vice President Mark Addo to find Ghana a new coach. But today on the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV, we ask if CK Akono's sacking is the sole solution to the problems in the Black Stars. We table this for discussion here on the show. My name is Joel Leshen. We'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we delve into the discussion with my guest. Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. Today, we're asking if CK Akono's sacking is the sole solution to the problems in the Black Stars. To join me for the discussion today is Perez Ezwakwao from the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and joining us via Zoom is the host of Sports World on TV Africa on Saturday, Dennis Osei-Jemfi. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks for joining me here on GhanaWeb TV.
Good morning, Joe, and thanks for having us on your show.
Hey, good morning, Joe. How are you doing?
All right, so I'll start with you. Sisina Dennis, that's the name we normally call him. Last week, we spoke about the problems in the Black Stars. If CK Akono's project is a collapse one, we discussed this into details. You gave your verdict as far as the job of CK Akono is concerned. How did you feel after you heard the announcement on Monday?
Well, Joe, once again, let me say a very big good morning to you and your viewers. Well, like we talked about last week, it was forthcoming. I mean, this is one news that for me, it's not surprising at all because this is what we wanted. I think that CK shot himself in the foot and he called for this. It will only delay because of issues relating to, I mean, the government. The government really wanted it to stay, and so it made the effort to really send him packing. But at the end of the day, we see CK going, and I think that for what he did for 10 games, he won 4, lost 4, and due to it wasn't the performance that could guarantee CK or save CK's job, and I think that. It's fair to say that we needed to part ways with surprise, particularly. I mean, I've won the AFCON only with local coaches. And so from here, we move on to, I think that for what CK came to do and for the last 2 Nigeria appointments with the Black Star that has been, with local coaches. Now, I'm disappointed to say, but I think that we have to move on. The conversation will no longer be about local coaches because when you look around, I'm not so sure who really fits the profile to become the next Black Star coach from the local one. But from my initial comment, I think that it's something that for me, it's not surprising to me. It was expected, it was forthcoming, but it was only a matter of when and how it was going to go. So CK paid his dues, but I think, like I said last week, maybe he needs to go and come back some other time when he has learned and he is primed for the job. But for now, he wasn't just fit because of the manipulation that was going on. He couldn't be a man on his own. The issue of captain, the day are you, issuing strong language to him after he was substituted in the South African game spoke volume of how CK's journey with the Black Stars had turned short. And I think that he really is a man for the future. But for now and for what we are looking for, he wasn't the man to rescue that promised land.
All right, he's a man for the future. That's Dennis. Let me come to you, Ezwa. On Monday, I think when the story broke out, you sent it to me. You sent it to me first when the news came out. How do you feel after hearing that CK has been shown the exit door?
I think I was in class when someone sent me the GFA link that, is it true? That I should confirm if indeed Akono has been fired. And I wasn't surprising because, from, I think, Friday, there were reports that the GFA were considering, there were strong reports from the ministry that there were talks between the minister and the GFA over a decision to ask Akono. So it wasn't shocking, but I think Dennis has dealt with an aspect of the reasons that resulted in Akono's sack, which is the performance.
Okay,
10 matches.
We'll go into the reasons.
10 matches, 4 defeats, 4 wins, 2 draws. It doesn't give a good sign, especially looking at the players we have and looking at where we want to go. If you need a coach, if you're a coach of these Black Stars, we deserve better. And especially looking at the opponents we've been facing, we should be perhaps talking more victories than we've done under Akono. So that's the other angle of the story. The other aspect, which for me is the most crucial reason why the FA decided to crack the whip on Akono, is that I haven't seen Akono's Black Stars.
What do you mean you haven't seen Akono's Black Stars? So
in the 10 games that I've watched, I haven't seen a team that has the imprint or that has the handwriting of a coach. So you just see 11 players on the pitch doing whatever they want to do. In the game against South Africa, we switched to 4-3-3, so the normal 4-4-2. But throughout his 10 matches, he couldn't create any identity for his team. And that, for me, is the most important thing, because he took over a team that was going down. When you take over such a team, you need to revamp the squad, create an identity, build a team, and let us see. Once we see this team, we know this Akono's side. I've watched all the 10 games. I don't think I saw Sika Akono's Black Stars. And that, for me, was the biggest worry, because if you want to plan for the future, you need to get a basis. And the basis for the coach to implement his ideas in the first 5 games, the first 3 or 4 games. Then from there, you build on it, then you know that, okay, if the Black Stars are playing, you can sit back and say, okay, I know they are going to play 4-3-1. I know it's going to be that wing play. I know they are going to play through the middle. None of that happened under Akono. I don't think, since in Akono's 10 game, I saw the Black Stars scored a goal that I would say, this is straight from the training ground. I didn't see that. And that, for me, was my biggest worry. That's why even when they were chalking victories, I still felt he wasn't good enough.
Okay, now to this, let me ask you a quick one before we talk about the issues in the team. He promised Ghanaians that we are going to see agro football. He used the 1978 AFCON winning side, which had Mohamed Polo and Golden Boy Abdul Razak, that Ghanaians are going to see the same style of play again. Do you think that's also one of the reasons why he was so unpopular on the street?
The question is, what's agro football? 1978 was over 4 decades. You and I weren't even born. What kind of football was being played and what has changed? Ethiopia, perhaps back then, were not a strong force. They are now a big nation. If you're coming to talk about the Black, I hear Ghanaian coaches say agro. What's agro football? I don't understand it.
Agro football, perhaps, is to possess that. In the Spanish term, they call them tiki-taka.
You know, the agro football that they sold back then was that you get the ball, you juggle the Mohamed Polo,
you dribble.
Just like Kingston. The last time I think we saw a typical agro football for the Black Stars was like Kingston in the 2008 World Cup. On the touchline, we'll be doing those flick and stuff. But this particular Black Stars team can't give you that, because you see, when you compare this team to the teams that we've had in previous years, the gap in terms of quality is huge. So when you take over this team, what you need to do is to put your tactics to the ground and ensure that the few strengths in the team are strengthened to the point that they overcome the weaknesses in the team. We have a very unbalanced team. We have a team where there are great players somewhere. There is the Dayu, who can notch you a few goals. There is Thomas Partey, who in the middle can do a good job. But on the left side of the defense, there's a problem. Somewhere, even in attack, we have a striking problem, because Jordan can't give you 2 goals out of 3 games. Yeah. So when you're a coach, you need to look at the strengths and weaknesses of these players and say, okay, I'm going to work on this strength, so that in case our weaknesses are exposed, the strengths makes up for that. So you can't just say you're coming to play. What is agro? Agro, that's will be every day agro.
Okay, now let me bring you in, Senator Dennis. Can we make a case for CK Akono that maybe certain things prevented him from playing the agro football that he promised Ghanaians when he was appointed to replace Coach Kwesi Appiah?
Well, I think that's, if I get that question right, CK himself set a standard for himself. Yeah. He promised agro football, just like Perez tried to explain. And then what you give us is totally different from what we want the Ghanaian side to play. Now, he sets out to be defensively apt, but we end up being I mean, defensively disorganized in the games we've seen so far. And if you look at the opponent that he set up to play defensive game with, an opponent like Sudan, regardless of wherever you meet Sudan, an opponent like Ethiopia, regardless of wherever you meet Ethiopia, even in a game against Sao Tome away, you realize how compact we are at the back, how we try to catch our opponents on break. I mean, if you are playing some of these opponents, the men who are ranked beyond 100 in the FIFA ranking, you expect that Ghana will dominate possession, take lion's share of everything that comes on the field of play. Even when you don't get the scoreline that you deserve, you need to take dominion of them. You need to make a statement with them. But clearly, it has not been with that under CK. His best game so far for me, I would say, would be the game in Qatar. And I think that's the only game that we saw his imprint on the team. But quite apart from that, against Mali, it was a disaster. Against Ethiopia, you don't want to talk about it. Against Sudan, we create minimum chances in the game. This is a team. In fact, if you look at the kind of play, the aggro, as he wants to term it, that kind of possessive play where you dominate and dictate pace, they create chances. At least you're able to force your opponent into their own shell. But it doesn't happen with CK's side. All the time, they are found on the back foot, defending and trying to cut teams on the counter break. And then again, your attacking man, Jordan, you will not be the target man that you want him to be. So you realize that at some point, the players themselves were a bit or quite confused as a team regarding what the coach really wanted them to play. Because if you want to cut teams on the break, for instance, you take Chelsea, for instance, you had to take Drogba, who will be the target man, who will try to soak the ball and draw. But you will want to come in and play, and therefore you don't have any target man up front. Then I think that for what he promised, and I mean, again, let me make this point. He said that he was going to work with about 40 players in his first press conference. But how many players did he call up at the end of the day? Over 70 players or so. So this tells you that this man was a man who was quite confused. I wouldn't term the team as he was trying to build a team, because a chunk of the players, we know them already. So he was a bit confused as to who he will play and how he's going to put them into play. And consistently, the media were on his neck that people were making the call-outs for him. CK denied publicly that he was in charge. And clearly, now they sacrifice you. So CK should have been bold enough to tell us that he is in charge, to tell whoever is controlling affairs from within that he was in charge, so they should allow him to operate. And now they sacrifice you. And I think that maybe we will go there, but for the things he promised us, he failed almost a lot of them. And for the opponents he played, and for what we saw, minus in African continent or in footballing terms. But if you play against such opponents and they dominate you, they possess you, they create chances, they put you, you're made to sit on tantalus. These are not opponents who should scare Ghana at any point in time. You play Ethiopia, you play South Africa, you play Sudan. I mean, they shouldn't scare you at any point in time. But I think that, like I said, CK has got a lot more to learn, especially how to maintain discipline, how to control his charges, and how to be responsible in everything that he does. Because at the end of the day, people were just maneuvering things from within, and he was enough to stamp his authority. And that is why I think that left to him, there were some players we didn't call, there were some things we do, but a lot of things forcing assistant coach on him, Patrick Rivers, and a whole lot more. You know, these were not all, I mean, sinking well with the man who couldn't speak. And that's one about the local coaches. They are unable to speak and stamp authority.
Okay. Yeah. So now we've heard all these, the arguments about why he was sacked and all that. I'll take a quick break. When I come back, then we talk about the problems in the team. Can Ghanaians now say that CK is gone, so we are going to qualify for the World Cup and win the AFCON like the GFA told the president the last time these two parties met? You're still watching the Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We've been talking about the sacking of Black Stars coach CK Akono. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about the issues in the team.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back from the break. You're still watching the Friday's debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. We are asking if the sacking of Coach CK Akono ends the problems in the Ghana national team. Perez, let me start with you. Before I went for the break, I was asking if Ghanaians can now say that CK is gone, the problem is gone. So now Ghana can qualify to the World Cup and win the AFCON next year.
You know, such a question is based on the assumption that the biggest problem with the Black Stars was Akono.
So was he the biggest?
He was the problem.
But he was not the biggest.
I don't think he was the biggest. I think that there are a whole lot of factors that has landed us here. Okay. One of them, Dennis made mention of, where we heard rumors of certain persons within the FA and even outside the FA interfering or making mentions or as in dictating to him who he should pick.
Okay, and I have a question for you on that. Before the two friendly games we played against Ivory Coast and Morocco, I went for the press conference and we asked him if somebody was or an unseen fingers are manipulating his collar. He was a bit angry at the lady who asked him if he's sure that he's the man behind the collar. He stated that I am the man, I am the one calling the shot. Every player who comes in came because I wanted him to be there. So how can you make a case for him, somebody who has told the world that nobody interfered in my work?
Have you ever had a Ghanaian coach concede to such things? No. And that's one of their biggest problems because they lack the courage to stand up to some of these things. And that's why I agree with Dennis when he says that for now, we should keep the local coaches off the Black Stars. Because you see, managing national team football entails a lot. You have to maneuver the politics within the FA. You have to maneuver the politics within agents. You have to maneuver politics among journalists, even among the players themselves. Certain advances will be made to you. You need to have a principle to say, I'm calling these players. If you ever force me to pick this, I'm stepping out. Okay. This is my team. I want to place this tactics. If you are the FA chairman and you think you can coach the team, but if you don't have those principles, if you don't have those things, and for you, people can just dictate to you. People can just maybe bring players from Gibraltar or wherever. We even have a player who said he was shocked to have earned a Black Stars collar. I mean, one of the most embarrassing as a coach, that's your integrity down the drain. I mean, to have a player say, I don't think I deserve the collar.
I was shocked.
No, that was something else. So, Akono, yes, shot himself at some point. I feel at some point when it was apparent that the unseen hands influences his decision, he should have been bold enough to say, either this stops or I walk out of the door. He didn't. So right. Now the blame is all on him. But I don't think, as I was saying earlier, that I don't think he's the problem. Those are the FA who are using their agents, who are using their players, who are using the Black Stars to market their players, need to stop. And that's important because we now have a team where that team is not 100% good. You can't compare this team to the team of 2006. But we have a set of players who can do a lot for us if we call the right players. So if you keep, pushing your players into the team and giving them space ahead of players who are qualified, you're going to have this kind of results because you won't have the likes of Michael Essien who can do the job for 3 people. So we'll overshadow the likes of Edwin Jima who did not merit any call-up in the team. You have a Thomas Partey who shows up and using the Black Stars to market their players. You need to stop. And that's important because we now have a team where that team is not 100% good. You can't compare this team to the team of 2006. But we have a set of players who can do a lot for us if we call the right players. So if you keep, pushing your players into the team and giving them space ahead of players who are qualified, you're going to have this kind of results because you won't have the likes of Michael Essien who can do the job for 3 people. So we'll overshadow the likes of Edwin Jima who did not merit any call-up in the team. You have a Thomas Partey who shows up and plays the way he does, not like a Sule Mutari who gives 100% of the pitch on the pitch. So you are not having a strong team. What you need is that a set of very disciplined players, a set of competent players who are ready to do that for us. And once there are influences in the call-up, you won't achieve that. The next point for me is that we Ghanaians need to accept the fact that team na Akufu.
Okay, but how do Ghanaians accept the fact that we don't have a team when the managers of the national team, they keep telling us constantly that they went to the president to raise $25 million, and the message was crystal clear. If we get 25 million, we can win the AFCON. That's what I want to see, because the last time yes, then they said they are going to qualify to the semi-finals of the World Cup, which to me is a bit strange. But how do you reduce the expectations when we are supposed to give them 25 million? If we give you the money, we don't care how you do it.
Question is, do we have a team competent enough to win the AFCON? I think yes. If you look at the last 4 or 5 winners of the AFCON, by Algeria, all the others were not the best team in the tournament. Ivory Coast were not better than us when they won the cup. Zambia was not the best team. But what they did was they had a team, and that, for me, is the biggest challenge with the Black Stars. They have a very good coach and a bunch of players who had a course, who said, okay, we are going there. It's time we do it. Zambians, for instance, were going to Gabon. They were fooled by the fact that some years ago, some Zambians lost their lives in there. So they were going to Gabon with a mindset that we are going to win it for our people. Ivory Coast went there. That was a squad that was fading out. So you had the likes of Yaya and a few others of the so-called golden generation that made up that team. They were fading out. The mindset was that we don't win it this time around, or we forget. So they went, you see, so you have a team, a set of players who go into a tournament and say, by hook or crook, we are doing this for our country. From the Black Star, have we seen that? We see the players say it. On the field, do they give us indications? Do they give us signs to think that, okay, we want to call for the Black Stars, we want to end the 40-year drought? Have we seen that? No. Do we have a GFA that looks like ready to support a coach who is ready to do it all by himself and achieve that for us? No. So when you look at all of that, you realize that all the factors that work in favor of teams that win the AFCON are against Ghana.
Okay.
And the worst thing is that we now don't have the best team, but we have a set of players who, with the right attitude, with the hunger, with a desire to say, Charlie Abre, Ghanaians have pumped money in us, let's do it for them. If we go into a tournament with that mindset and with a good coach, we have Partey who starts for us now. Still at Arsenal, but we are better than some teams. You know, you have a Babarama who plays for Reading. Good enough. You have Ededayu, who, of course, has moved to the UAE, but cannot win a few goals for you. You have a Jordan who is starting consistently for Crystal Palace. There is Amate who comes in and does his bit for Leicester City. So there is Baba Sule who is consistent. So I don't think we don't have the golden team, but I think we have a team good enough to win there.
Okay, and let me come to you as Senior Dennis. CK is now gone, including his 2 assistant coaches. Can we now say that the problem in the team is gone? So now, if we get a competent coach like we've been crying about, we can now win the AFCON. Let's not talk about the World Cup getting to the semi-finals, but we can now win the AFCON and qualify to the FIFA World Cup.
Well, I do believe that CK was a problem with the Black Stars, but I do not accept the fact that he was all our problems. He's gone with a chunk of it, because even his last incident with the captain, the computational issue where the guy you had to confront him for, substituting. I think that now that disbelief from all angles within Ghanaians, from the team, that's negative energy around CK. CK wasn't the man in charge, could not do the job, the player wasn't the best, the players didn't have confidence in him and all of that. That kind of energy is gone. So all those bad energy, negative energy is gone. And I think that is good for the team going forward. And you know, that new coach influence. Anytime there's a new coach, players will want to prove themselves and work a lot. But yes, but the fear for me is that in all of this, I think that the country are failing to look at the bigger picture, and all we are trying to do is look at the short-term solution. yes, the 25 million for the AFCON World Cup. So whoever is in charge or whoever comes next as the next coach of the Black Stars will have to target. But what's the long term? Now, one big problem CK faced was the quality of materials, the pool of players around. You know, when to the point that even when
okay, now we've been talking
Baba
about
Rahman was not fit.
Okay, I want to ask you a question on this, then you proceed. We've been talking about that we don't have a quality team. If you look at the Ethiopian team, the South African team, they don't have quality more than Ghana. So if you look at how we played, Ghana played an entire 90 minutes without a single shot on target, nor a corner. So how can we say that we don't have a quality than a South African team that, all things being equal, if we had a coach like Hugo Bruce, maybe Ghana would have been able to beat South Africa. So can we make a case that we don't have quality because we are not competing as it stands now? We are not competing against the Algerians, the Senegalese, the Egyptians, the Moroccos, Ethiopia, Zimbabwe, Sudan, South Africa.
Now, do you know how this team would have quality in our team? No, it's not about the names. It's about the playing time for our players. Now, check out with our players. Baba Rahman, when was the last time he played? There are you. For over 100 days, he had not played a competitive game, but you start him and playing almost 90 minutes. Mubarak Wakasu, check with how many times he's played this season. And so these teams you are talking about wouldn't have, those fanciful players, but they have players who are consistent with their clubs, even if they were playing for local clubs. Our players, how many of them were consistent with their clubs? You wouldn't have that. And that level of decision, they didn't have it. And so all of those were playing out against us. And like I was saying, I was making a point of Baba Rahman. Even when he's not in the best of shape, we do want to because he's Baba Rahman. And we will neglect other players. These are the things that has to change. Whoever is fit to play, he should be playing. Not those who have got connections in the team, who have got links in the team. That is what the next coach should be looking at. How he's able to imprint his signature on the team, how he's able to shape the team in his own mode and not when people are dictating for him. That is exactly what we want. A coach who will be strong enough to say no. Milovan Raiva, before we even got to him in 2010, look, Sule Muntari, he would not need him in his team for the World Cup. It took the then president, Christina Anketi, to beg on Sule's behalf to be accepted back into the team. That is the kind of coach we want. He should be able to look at the day you and tell him in the face that for what you did with me, I will sit you on the bench because we've got a lot of you out there. Today are you out there? So that's the whole point. The coach has to be strong and maintain discipline with this team. And bring that hunger. In a side, this team lacks hunger. They are not ready to compete. We need a coach who will keep that in them. And I think that CK wasn't doing that. And whoever comes next should be a disciplinarian, like Head Renard, like Milo. That has been one of their secrets. They were just strict with their teams. You need that with a coach, a good coach as such.
Okay, we need that. Now, in wrapping up, we are far behind time. Let me come to your final words, then you chip in. Then, we've heard so many names for the vacant Black Stars coaching role. Who will you go for and who do you think is likely to be named as a replacement of CK Akono?
I'll go to the substantive question, but I kind of disagree with Dennis when he says that, the likes of Ethiopia, South Africa had players who were perhaps playing on consistent basis, and as such, our performance against them was okay. Shouldn't shock anyone. We have a team good enough to beat it. To throw,
Ethiopia,
yes, we love them. We have a team the team that played against South Africa, I think with the right coach, with the right tactics, should be good enough to beat that South African team. Because that team, South African team itself, what did they do on the day? If you beat that Ethiopia team and you score them one goal, and that goal had to come courtesy by a blunder, then I have a reason to say that no, we had a team. I agree when you say our team is not good enough, but I think we had a team more than good enough to basically run over the likes of Ethiopia and that. But to the main question, the rumors are that Miloba we are coming to drink Milo again. So
Milo, there is no Nyadio.
You know, I'm to be honest, I'm Milo biased because I say that, let's say from 2006, I think Milo is the only team that has taken over the Black Stars where I've seen tactics.
Yeah.
Where whenever you saw the Black Stars play, you thought they were playing according to a certain plan.
Like a certain pattern.
So Prince Tego will tell you, you know, 6 or 7 years after the 2010 World Cup that the coach deployed him on the right flank purposely because the coach knew he wasn't going to track back, but he was going to keep the right back at B. That tells you the kind of thinking that goes into it. So I'm kind of Milo biased. Is he the person we need now? I'm not too sure. To be honest, well, I mean, you have when he went to Cyprus.
Yeah, it was bad. He was sacked.
Since 2019, he's not been engaged. So you look at those things. But the question is, how many of our ex-coaches have been doing stuff? None of them. So it looks like they come here and they always do it. So you might want to, but comebacks don't always.
Ibrahim Tanko.
No Ghanaian coach for me currently should be given the blaster. They should stay off.
All right, let me come to you as Sina Dennis. You've heard what Ezra had to say, that as it stands now, no Ghanaian coach should come near the Black Stars. We've heard a lot of names. Your final remarks, who do you think that is in the best position to coach this Black Stars team?
The net around a white for the local team. I don't see anyone who fits the profile for our next coach who can be straight with. Unfortunately, the one I would prefer, we cannot afford him. Renard. I don't think we can afford him. He's a man who has wanted this Ghana job for a long time, and this could have been a best opportunity for us to get. But for what he's doing with Saudi Arabia, he's stopping the Asian World Cup qualifiers from 14 games. He has 10 wins. Everything is going out well for him, and he's on a salary of $100,000. Ghana, I'm not sure we're ready to pay $100,000 for a coach. I mean, all of us will stand up against that, in as much as we want to
demonstrate.
$100,000.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
100,000 is too much for us to pay. And so unfortunately, I think that for that reason, he is out of the equation. I would have preferred him. But for Milo, I'm a bit skeptical, and that is where I want to drag my feet, because I understand he's even closer than all the other names that have popped out. So you shouldn't be surprised if Milo Van Rijvaart is named our next coach. He was with the team. He took us to the AFCON 2010 final. He took us to the quarterfinals of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, and that has been one. He has been one of Ghana's best performers. But the point is that the last time Milo coach was in 2019 when it was in Thailand. I mean, for all, I mean, all due respect. And he was sacked after he was defeated by India with a Thai team. And so from 2019 to now, he has not had any job as it stands. Okay. So when you talk of rustiness, it's a bit rusty. Again, you also mentioned about the second coming, and that is my point. Coaches that have come for the second time. Not so long ago, we had Kwesi Appiah coming for a second spell, and it was a disaster. We've had that with Bukaziza and Sam Dodu. Even with Ghana, there's been disaster with the second comings. And I mean, around the world, you don't want to go back to where you left a good name. You don't want to go back because there's a likelihood that the second coming could be disastrous. And I think that is my fear for, Milo Van Rijvaart. But quite apart from that, I think that for the names that we are fetching, I've heard Lucien Favre. And I think that if you can afford him, the former Dortmund coach, yes, he was with Dortmund, OJ and all of that. For me, from Renard, if you can afford Lucien Favre, I think that he will be the best man for the job.
All right, so he'll be the best man for the job if we can afford Lucien Favre. That's how we draw the curtains here on this episode of the GhanaWeb Fridays debate right here on GhanaWeb TV. This week, we are asking if the sacking of CK Akono ends the problems in the Black Stars. Can Ghanaians now say that if a new coach is appointed, we can win the AFCON and then qualify to the FIFA World Cup? Thank you very much, guys, for joining me here on the show. Perez Ezra Kwao is with the GhanaWeb Sports Desk, and Dennis Osei Ajiman, the big man among us, host of Sports World on TV Africa on Saturday. Till we meet again, it's bye for now. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and then comment under the video. Keep your head up, and let's meet next week.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
thank you, and your favorite mobile money, tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
I am totally surprised by the amount of waste gathered here at the Koligono Beach, which is near the estuary. You can find everything here, from plastic waste, medicine, sachet rubbers, shoes. Yeah, I can see a shoe right here, and old clothes. They are all heaped on the shore, wondering where they come from right from the sea. Fishermen say they catch more plastic than fishes. We are here at the Koligono Beach to speak to these fishermen who are affected by these plastic waste to ascertain the negative impact on their job. My name is Paulina Deda Opoku. This is a GhanaWeb Special Report. Let's get talking.
When it was raining, that plastic used to come normally.
Okay.
And they catch plenty. But when it doesn't be a rain season there, they doesn't catch that plastic. Okay. If you are, imagine, see the now it's the rain season. So okay. By all means, the plastic will come plenty. They will come from, they will pass through the river and the Kole Lagoon and enter the sea. So when you enter the sea, that will come plenty inside the surface of the bottom of the sea. Okay. So when you throw the net or you lay the net, that pass through the bottle, that will all go come inside your net.
Wow. But then if you take a look at it, where does these plastics come from? Well, if you trace it, where do you think it comes from?
Those people, the market people, when they selling it in the market, maybe you can't buy pure water. Yeah. You drink it, throw it on the roadside. When rain fall, all will pass through the gutter. And that, through the gutter, that will enter the river, the Kole Lagoon. Through the Kole Lagoon, that will enter the sea. Okay. So that brings the problem to us.
Because I can see that there are old clothes, there are bottles,
all these bottles you are seeing, all from the lagoon, pass through the lagoon, come inside the sea. Okay. If you go to Kokpama, go stand and see how there is. All be plastic. So then rainfall, all that plastic pass through the Kole Lagoon, through inside the sea. On the olden days, that in the drinking bottles or they are not, it's not normal day. Okay. But now there are a lot in the system, so they are taking a lot of the job. Making drinks, making so. So you can normally, if you said they should stop in it, no, it shouldn't be that.
Do you come here every morning to buy fish from these fishermen?
No, normally I used to go to Tema Harbour, but once in a blue moon I used to pop in here. But when you come here, always, you don't even get the fish as quantity as you want because of the plastic weight. The sea used to blow to them up there. When they go for the catching, they don't get it plenty like how we want you to buy it. So it is affecting them a lot. in the fish catching. So that's all what I can say.
So for this bowl of fish, I guess this one is yours.
Yes.
How much is it being sold to you for?
For now.
Yeah.
He said it's 70 Ghana.
70 cedis. Wow.
Yes.
Fresh fish. I think it's a bit expensive, but what do you think?
Yes, it's very expensive.
Okay.
When they get it plenty, the price will come down. But they don't get it plenty, so the price will go up.
All right.
So that's how it is because of the waste.
But what do you use the fishes for? Do you sell?
I used to sell.
All right.
Yes. So I'm going to sell it.
So looking at bringing solution to our beaches, not catching plastic for fishes, what must be done? Maybe the fishermen, the community, and even the government.
The community must to help, and the government too must to help to tide our country and around the beach areas for us of the plastic waste.
They always complain that all the plastic is coming from the other end, Agboglosi, where they sack the people. They call it Lago. So always they are having plastic here. That's the challenge they are having here. So
It's the issue of plastics in our seas and on our beaches is a big issue for the country. What do you think that the people, especially those who live along the coastal communities, can do to help the situation?
Yeah, unless maybe I will plead to the government. I will plead to the government to help them to find a solution for the lagoon, because I can see it's not their fault here. That's what they always complain, that it's not their fault. We help them. We can clean this place very nicely. Before 1 week time, you see another plastic. So when they stop the plastic from the Kole Lagoon, I think we can have very nice beach here.
I'm a 2-way no go kwame how. Well, on any fire or on fire can be any. Kaja yeni ye to ayedwe e ka chia wo farm e keke fa ka ho e keke dwe pe ba wo ka je ke dwe ba e ke be dwe te nu mi ka agme ya ni kin e ke be dun mama hwe ni bi kome ni bi na hi bo cho na chukun wo wi ahun wo lebo ni aba fi an wodun wo na ni e wo pe wo ya keke mu ko ba bi le che de ba wi wo pin le ba wi e je wo wi ahun no te na mu kukura ba ye bi well, I just go away, no, go away, brush and no baby and board upon the beer. You are what we are. When I far, Kaji, Ayeni, I would do many by Lord Bola can be fair. Bonnet, I can go time, I can go farming. Far, who can get fair baby. What I need, you have fair baby. You are labelling what I feel. What I need, you can go and tell Lenche. They catch a baby, let's find.
Or say yenya nkofo a sa nwure ba mo de container ni besi ho a ye be su egu
see the container ni
ho de ba ha adwen
ye se mo ye bola na mo de gu ni fa
ko ehin fa ne de begu ho a ne de begu ye ni be bi e de ho a ne de begu enti be hia pa se ye benya container wo mpoano ha na ya se nwure ni nyina ye de egu kala abafako ebe ya simple ebe me ha ye fet se mpoano na se ne ha ye fe no
de ba ha bebre bola nko ewura no
eyura no eyura ni de oflu kromo
hefa side hefa na o sha udi we ni de
oflu konkoma kaneshi
aneni ya ba
ni nyina oflu gota nu ọmọ be se koloni street na ba ha no ọmọ be go anti ya stram mu ka cha akufado so on first camera on for mama for no me ye duma wa so me so ampoano
na mo ye sure so mo se science so mba bi ma na se ye de bola bi si ha sei se ba na nka mo se sa
on fa bi amba
on fa fi amba bi amba bola tank ba ku pe no mu da be si a bola nu ye ma no omura ko be chata no mu da ba no usta bola nu udu ko guwa no omadu ska
wo pen ta san papa no me ka chewo nti papa no mu ayo bono kra
Usita bola no udu kwa no ma justa.
Aya mo jimai.
Oh, amutu mi jebe 2333.
Bola sem plastics na.
10 na di.
Bag kwa na.
10 na di. Enti so nkite skebia. Unkite bia so ku ja bola na. You should have gum poano.
Now the back of the close season, remember they said you shouldn't go for fishing. When they open the sea, Would you say that you are catching more fishes now? Was it good?
Maybe, no, we are not Lord. And we are not Lord, but Lord, it be Lord who created the fish. Maybe if we Lord, the sea will be locked without getting fish. Without getting fish, maybe the sea will be open to get fish. So we are not God.
But looking at your catch, you know when it was, before it was closed, you knew what you were catching. But now that they've opened it after months.
Now I think it's normal small.
It's normal small.
It's normal small.
Okay.
It's normal small.
So with the fishes that they are catching, do you know the name of these ones? Like the long ones? What's the name of that one?
His name be Odwe.
Odwe.
The other one is one jam. Is that no? The one we lay on the one jam.
So this one, what food can you eat it with? Is this your gakenke or?
Nah.
Gakenke.
It be normal fish. He used to eat every kind of food in the system. Rice, jollof, smoking it, frying it, all it will help.
We talk about what will happen. We talk about what will happen in production. What in your PPR, one more that.
Premise for an outcome.
Yo, MPP, one more that. What on connection will be connection. What are your 520? 600 out of 1 million.
1 million. Our next stop is the Premix Fuel Station, where you can see a number of fishermen who are here to purchase fuel. From our earlier interactions with some of the fisher folks, they claim that getting Premix Fuel can be a challenge. They have leveled some allegations against the authorities who distribute the fuel. So we are here to speak to the head of distribution to ascertain whether these allegations are true or not. Daddy, good afternoon. All right. So we are just here. It's all about the Premix Fuel. I want to find out from you, how is business?
Premix, I get politics. Be NDCB so be. I mean no, I mean do machine JMP MPP baby. NDCB Premix kaba amambayo. Shibede yo le jage Premix BP ke ese cheni akeba. E share many ya wo. O felt mo gidigidi by few. She na on Premix MPPB. Insurance ni machine NDCB so MPPB ni insurance. I mean share nyuma. NDCB so insurance or Premix gaba NDCB I mean no ajela. Premix na on ejala bi na on le keje che na kan no on le e yakunwe na kan no on le keje che price chakiko. Government e bomodin wa agashi Premix ejala ya anwe na kan no on le
onya tumpo ya kwa tuma ya tuminya nampa won ye du kokko so a go for mi tuminya bi kete o tu pum na bu pum na ya kokko na ya nya na ya nya na
nam mo koi
omo jani akosoro ya nya na te da ye hu de omo na
Michelle Apo was so my new brother.
Mpuano fonu. Omo na nsu le mpuano fonu. Ni omo de ba nu so a ntokwa so bem. Won ebi me pla na de. No omo de omo nu call be fufu no omo ko che. Scanner omo de ba nu so omo de scanner man pelu fonu.
Based on the challenges listed by fisher folks, let's take a trip to the Coastal Development Authority, CODA, where we'll speak to a head who will also tell us how best government can come in to solve the issue of plastics in our sea.
I think the first thing is for us to accept that this is a menace that has come to stay and we have to do something about it. And it's the responsible public authority should do something about it. What appears to be happening is that the waste accumulates in the communities or on the beaches. Then some good-spirited people once in a while get together and do something about it, but it is not in a regular public program to clean up. It should become part of our regular environmental sanitation program. The same way we clean markets and other public places, we should take out the responsibility for cleaning the beaches, especially the public beaches. When you go to the private beaches, you don't find that level of filth because somebody has responsibility and make sure the beaches are clean. In the same way, the public beaches, somebody has to take responsibility and the cleaning must become a regular feature. So therefore, for instance, the assemblies responsible for those areas must make adequate budgetary allocations to these things and organize programs to clean up. I do agree that they may not have enough for budgetary allocation, but they should take the lead in organizing such that others could come on board and regularly we clean the beaches. So until we mainstream cleaning of beaches, the problem will remain with us. I really don't think that the local communities should bear the responsibility. Most of the litter or the garbage comes from upstream.
And then some concerns that they raise is that sometimes they clean up because every day you see plastics there, but then there are no cans where they can dump it, and even with the available ones, they end up paying more. So imagine you gather rubbish which you didn't generate, but then you have to pay like 2 cedis, 1 cedi, 5 cedi for it. So on the back of that, as you stated earlier, the assembly can come on board. But then if there are no cans available, of course, where do you expect that they put their rubbish, which they say they are going to dump it right into the sea?
Municipal waste. It will always flow to the lowest area, and the communities are always in the lowest areas. So they cannot continuously be cleaning up for the guys upstream. I do know that efforts have been made by some organizations to provide some of these things. And I think as the beach menace becomes more and more of a problem, other organizations will come on board. CODA is currently planning a project to pilot a sustainable clean beach program. The idea is to set a benchmark for others to see what could be done so that sustainably we could start addressing this problem. And provision of some of these things is part of what we're planning to do.
Do you have any timeline for this project that is underway?
We want to, by the end of the year, to be able to start physically putting things down on the ground and rolling it out so that everybody can see that somebody is going to do something about this problem.
So one would say that government will be doing its bit. People who live around the coastal areas they will say they clean up the beaches. But on the back of single use of plastic, which has been a major issue, because every time plastics are being generated, people are using it single use. Some people have called for the ban, others who are saying that we should regularize it. But then what do you think that Ghana can do in solving this whole issue of plastic?
We should deal with the issue of plastic waste the same way we deal with all waste. It will always be generated, and as such it must be processed into another form, either for disposal or for recycling. Every single day. Plastics will always be used. We need them in our life. But then we must identify that after we use them, they turn into a form which is not useful to us. So we have to then mainstream this business of plastic waste recycling or proper disposal. For a long time, we've just chosen to neglect it, but we can't. Now it's become so big a problem that with the markets, we sweep the markets every day. In the same way, we must develop a program for all the beaches, all the locations, everywhere. And then those responsible, we have to encourage them to take it up and then work on it on a continuous basis. It is a daily problem. So we just have to accept that as a problem, and we have to plan and implement programs to deal with it continuously.
So you're preaching recycling, so plans.
Recycling is one. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think every assembly that has a beach the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it. I don't think there's any new thing required. We have all the laws and then the regulations and whatever is required to keep our country clean already on the books. We also have institutions, agencies, individuals with mandates to enforce these things. If we just start enforcing our existing environmental sanitation rules and regulations, that basic alone will wipe out more than half of the problem. I can assure you. So it's the wake-up call should be for all of us who are supposed to be doing some kind of work in this direction to do our work, and for those who are supposed to be whipping us into line to also whip us into line. And like I said, I think the assembly should be held responsible for this beach waste thing. And we must have a way of naming and shaming those who are not doing what they should be doing. And of course, we need help from media, civil society, all other advocacy groups to drum home the fact that if you generate waste and you don't deal with it, you will eventually end up living in a bola. It's as simple as that. What I'm actually preaching is accepting that it is an issue that will not go away. So we have to plan for it, and every single day of our life take actions to reduce that. I, for instance, think that the assemblies, you know, the assemblies are assessed every year. There's a certain evaluation they do for them. They check certain things. I think for every assembly that has a beach, the state of cleanliness of the beach should become one of the assessment indicators. The same way they check the state of the markets and then the public toilets, the beaches should be. It should. And once you place that responsibility on them and they realize that there will be a systematic assessment every year, they will do something about it.
I agree to that too. And then away from plastics, I know Koda is more helping people along the coastal areas when it comes to development. One of the issues that they raised, fisher folks, was that during the close season, things become very hard because they don't go fishing where they can cater for their family and all that. So they've made a call to authorities that during that time they need help. Help not in just maybe a bag of rice or tomatoes and then you are done. So looking at the bigger picture, it looks like maybe every year we'll have a close season. So what do you think can be done for these coastal dwellers?
The closing of the season is a very good thing. I mean, it allows the resource to regenerate. So ultimately, they benefit from it. But like all other human enterprises, as we work, we save. We know that there are times that we will not be able to be making income immediately. So I think people should come to the realization that it is a necessary thing that they allow the fish stock to regenerate during a certain time. And as such, they must plan for that time. Whatever they make in the 11 months, they must set something aside, knowing that there's going to be 1 month where, it won't happen.
So I want to find out as Koda, if you have embarked on any projects that has been beneficial to these coastal dwellers. At least give us a general view of what you have done, your contribution so far.
Koda has done a lot under its IPEP program, Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication program. I mean, needs assessment was carried out at the early stages where coastal dwellers indicated what their priorities were. Some of those priorities were taken on board, and Koda implemented projects to bring those priorities to life. Koda also started, and in fact is still engaged in a massive support program to fisherfolk, where we have a outboard motor subsidy program. You see, that fishermen who have need of engines for their boats can come to Koda. Once we identify that you are truly a fisherman, there's a massive subsidy. It's about 50% of the cost of the engine that is given to the fisher folks as support. And it's not just the engine, it's a whole program. It is the engine, it is a maintenance support program, it's a training program for how they will keep these things running very well and all that. So that is a huge support. I think there are about 5,000 engines that have been procured to support fisher folk, all the way from Axim running in front of Accra to Keta. So that is a very direct support.
Fisher folks say they are ever ready to partner with government and other private organizations to ensure that our beaches are clean and safe. They have listed a tall list of challenges facing them, right from all the things that they went through during the close season and how best governments can help to ensure that they catch more fishes instead of plastic. To you at home, in your offices, in your workplace, do well to properly dispose your waste in order not for it to end up right back into the sea. Be a citizen and not a spectator. We all can join hands to ensure that plastic waste is disposed of properly. My name is Paulina Deda Okuku, reporting for GhanaWeb.
So do you know how long the company has been in existence? 22 years?
No, I didn't. It's when you reached out to us and mentioned that you're 22 years, and I think that's shocking. I've followed GhanaWeb for quite a while, more than a decade, but I wouldn't have pegged you guys for having been in existence for more than 2 decades, and I think that's really positive for you guys. You've served the nation really well with the kind of contents that you've delivered to your readers over the past years, and I think that it's been a pleasure, having worked with you. For me at Soccerbet and for every other reader out there, I'm sure they'll be really pleased to know that you've been in existence for 22 years. We want to, from here at Soccerbet, what we want to say to you at GhanaWeb, to your management, to your staff, is congratulations for this particular feat. It's been an amazing journey, I'm sure, and I want to wish you all the best going forward for the years to come. Everything that you do, may it work well for you. May you go beyond your boundaries and continue to serve the entire populace.
There are 3 things that make headlines in this country: politics, sports, and entertainment. But for my guest and I, we discuss all the major trending entertainment headlines of the week. Also, today on Bloggers Forum, we have a surprise guest appearance for you. My name is Benes Owusua Oparijan, and I'm sitting in for your regular host, Benefo Boaben Abrantepa. We'll be right back.
In Como had the winning sauce on Pani at the sum, Amabuni, Gise Menu, Jesema Swins Ante, Mecca. Now, watching some Tregu entertainment industry and a masha my songs on a massans who are Madaba Sum, to my train who's a seer, Nayambra. Now, say a bow ransom, Bekai, a actor. Sama jete few titi bukai taxi driver then times in our wood the wound masama making. Papa know what is where a movie out, is a new movies they adore so. Now what 3 years a na video be to interview be a journalist been in a choir or trema. Ne watching, aye, a dango timukran rent tasso. But Kakrafia could not fear your dwakotia be Belscra onibi. Into order to a man for him, Ghana for him say, or Srama, Ammonian and Boaka, Crabia Bob1. Send a bay any fear, but no between infinite them, and send me by the Ghana for so. Oh, a yes, Sama jet if you would say, we are legendary. What by Bob Bravian na say hu na akyerew de e say yensu etumi ye mboa ene we says we the mobile money number bi to dwane kakra bia na wa send na ye wo ya wo ne yeti say eye vice president Dr. Mahamed Dubaumia wo wakwakoye na dom 50,000 Ghana cedis also on 30,000 enchi eye ne rent for 5 years advance and at 20 na aka ne de also on fanye hand to mouth on fan live no fan bone bra kakra na ye nim say aso ho no ma kofo ebre kasa eye ye nua ai talent manager Aisha Modi kwa de betu dwa say daddy don't worry obaye ne mboa otanta agi obi so dan kwa na obesi ama no sasase na obepa ama ne kwa say ye titi de wonya ne mboa eye wo ha Aisha de betu dwa so say eye reverend obofo ote asem na aka na akoma nti onu so obesi dan ama nti ye hwe nim say sa promise ne beba na na etwe to kra say latest one betu dwa eye greater Accra regional minister onu so see eye free busumi ekoi every month bia obema eye titi 1,500 cedis no dey abone branch amanfo titi say dey wenya mbo but mu wa amaka no so mo ye ne mbo a obetumi asende eye mu donation wo me ba ya adwin say na watwe de satawale wa trend ankasa dey any trend wa fa ne ho ankasa na nkomo no nyina ne say na watwe atwe mu nze nkomo o me be kire mu so satawale nsem bia o ka kan say eye Ghanaian artist o mutumi spend huge money ewo eye one video music videos ase one Jay-Z ne competition ase me anye nkofo de eye music directors ababe kasa industry players bin so ache ma satawale sa kasa na wo kasa nde wan kasa ni na ye nimsa akansem ya akwa kogu na three music boss eye Sadiq onu so de ekb baba Sadiq se de na no betu na emisa asem ya nya Shatawale de nsem bi odi abetu dwane na manfo ya dwen ho ayenti ase Shatawale se eye 2019 eye 3 music awards mo be kaya o sesa 11 awards ko fie Shatawale ko wo fa ni se o beja awards o tia ne nim ni suni ni hwini mu nyina na ne kwana Beneta kafa gina nche ho bebi e wo kroko ni so Shata eye mu se wa set record 11 awards on the 9 Shatawale trema sa awards na Sadiq de man nyina no merit ai o trema enye ne homode mbo ne ma na awards no eye nwiemu no say Shatawale won kasa to me gu hu ani masesa so pese o kasa eye 3 music awards no shada anya awards papa bia so asema okay we gu hu ani masesa Shatawale chirema ai o so chirema eye baba Sadiq o kasa eye one eye sa akode ani stone boy won tem shada anya ye nti eni hu abufu no so sa 11 awards ma asema ibai Sadiq so abechirem so Shatawale o yo trofo o kwa o yo trofo just say also odwe ho anti ase oni menya asem na waka asem bi na enye na ma beka bia vedo pese ogu meni masibu a wo si amie o chema oni se na Shatawale ka se o se sa awards ne mad because oni eye sa akodi ani stone boy ntem nye fine o se nyampa Sadiq sansu chema eye Shatawale se wusi awards na the man no na emfakwema enye wusun wo stage bra na ba sesa uwie so apema so pese odi 11 awards nyina ba fabra no beje na nsem yenkantwa to yenye ho no ma eye baba Sadiq odi obi atwagu onu so kire ma Shatawale so o kire physically o chia wo mpunimpu a obeburu wankasa na ye Shatawale nsem odi betu dwa no na anu tom se ye 11 awards onya o theme music no merit emfakwem na wo de man artist fufu ko de na anu atum eye dance musician Samini no wakasi one Samini ni Shatawale won tem de enye all right cry although so mo ye nyombi celebration be sine unze camp no asem tokwa bi koso kakra eye Samini chema Shatawale munim ni Shatawale esem boss obojedo so o se ni opa ni se obegu obi eni mase na wa ma obi aye se on board bra bia ye we painting for black o se no anani je hu wo sa o se wo Shatawale wa wo ka se Samini oni ske bia na nso no dwedwe mu hwehwe mu wo na ma na o ye big man oh yes boss na ona na nwase ho na tije se mbema wo ska any favor ansem di enim Samini na eka na ansem ya Samini betu dwa no sanso chema ye wo Shatawale kwa wo to me release hit song wo so ya tontoro wa na nyomi wo enkosi bebia inti onu chirema Shatawale se wo to me release one single hit song aye onu Samini obe release 6 singles in a day and some of you Shatawale ebe respond to Samini there na wa there no na asemi Samini betu dwa na ebe hye SM fans Shatta movement so say tia baby na yen hwade wow so asa Shatawale aye say wo chirema wona wo kan me kwa me no shada no wonya de wo chirema Shatawale Samini wo carry ewu onto be so nam to na be decision one boss SM boss Shatawale na de be popular there wo say eremfa na mama yen to aso na wo twe ne nam social media ho baby ne ekopie mu wo Twitter na yembehwe demon kefie kpokpo bade kefie anu nyum na making demon we posting a picture bia on a American model and TV personality Amber Rose I say otare ni nche ho baby na wa caption say Amber Rose so you cute na Ghana girls know say Ambaros boy who say fresh boy yan boy yen go no ho kra yen kra yen penny we as person ho to tare it say di man chema to say we kwhia Ambaros picture no we twem na say na ye kon de nim ye de ni techi say ye to just beef say ye di man ye say ye picture keke kwa ye de nkomo no e ba besom ah won member ya use krom ha say sensem bi koso na wo hwe ne nkoye na wa fa wanu yanka be wan say we usulia eye young daddy lumba ai eye kambu commando can promise asem na make can promise no dey sem bi abesu do chema music industry ne be ko odwe ho nti ase aden and now say system no me say ono so won sem bi a ahye ne boache nti say dey eye can promise o chema obi to say TV personality delay ni show you so na akotena na say any capable presenter bia no akotena show you so no wa kan sem ekoso a say tete ne o music industry no can promise make you post in a delay so who knows oh ade can promise my crado nti say dey man for training say can promise obeko delay show you so na ensem e won boso no wakoyi nyina egu and I am Chian Como you say, so Kai former Ace Ambassador Joyce Jujon, I ordered Sambia Betuja. When you in chair crying or ye test being able to just say, oh, HIV positive. HIV the only so well to me, I will do so, and then it's so wasm. I say she's living her life over Germany in a day. Now, Grace, you your interview for Fubino Chema, a bit or the bed two just so HIV positive, nothing. A hawk ran now say Marima started proposing was all Joyce ye pelna de ye feel you ever say ye know what talani also was a sick or can no song so they are so over 1,000 men and a proposal also physically in social media and as me say hey sana mema sana mutiana but amafo yes baby I own one and boys who nim one status crime so no so mutumu so ya nyama nti onu na wa ba che say o HIV positive na bia say say uhia na say dey obebo ho ban kakra this say dey just achema Marima gusu pen even though so HIV positive na what twi dey an wo say mesi wo krom ha dey aburo me so ankasa eye reverend owusu bempa ebe to just one achire bonu a wo say okokodi ni so on na junior pastors bi wo bowura eye na na agra sorry say so one friend na agra da wo friend evangelist Patricia Odro Krante wo bowura ni fi ekitatuo ni ade ko 13 wo say eye na na agra da edidi eye owusu bempa tem wo nkotokwa bi ko so won tem na asemi besen eye say yanka ye jegu krampo say na ye njegu yo wo se kwesi dan wo wa sori o preach na ya a police football ra ko na wo ko kire no on na junior pastor si ye be hwe ye wo ye Monday wo do wan court a kire mu se de wan remand wo fa ni ko twere eye police fukukum 1 week yeah, you say Goria is also in a watching and incofu the uncle cook, and a better man for Wakasa. Oh, and you touch not my anointed and do my prophets no harm. One of a patel, a will say a year prophetic, you can't walk over the way to just so. Yeah, some now banting patch of a moment, jay be Munaka and cost a 2 of you. Now, some better to the one or grad after any if you are sure nigga. Since if you are trading, must say, I people born home things to come. I say, well, be decent who bears own in big man be debut. What better to walk to me and send your beard and annual. Now, Aisha Modi or Chema IGP ni Ghana police asa mu ye hwehwe nim kakra hwehwe nim bi wo mokoma ho enye efiasho asnega kra no okoi no obi da yi cells to me ko video no nyina ensam ekoso okrom han kofa wo ho di edu eye bebe no owusu ben paso de maba be kire so Chema IGP hwehwe nim se na mu se mu ye adwuma mu balance se mu chiro bi a mu chiro bi a na ensam ye nkofo de wan atum se latest news aba ne se ye bebe no owusu ben pa wan ma ne bill se de asem no de ye be trust ye de ni di echi komo bi e be koso bi amabro ni but I have some. I won't say that I'm fan come on and brew. I am Nigeria in Tiwa Savage or the near PM or Ghana. This is your Ghana. Now, who's a party here? Cosino Tiwa Savage ni Miss Vinia. They beg Canum now was share for some party. I will promote any new EPAB. Now, Tiwa now do a latest post for Instagram or Chemo or Botifos. Now, it's a bikini kakra green. Is stay flat and Mikaka 41. I was a body in Jineman Casa or Chema or living life Ghana. You're by the near J. Or Botifos and send some people to the Nigeria for be share and focus on and I send you are watching some more nice waterfalls in the day. You beba kroma na so ya je I can fu baby say nipa ya de o say yi say when yi na ya men say anything eya rapper sakode we just one from me it is nkofo bebre kan wo kire ma ase ne nsa o de pipe balls o de kwa chima ye ni wo se ne nsam ye den akasa say sakode be yi bibi ama mo de wo say o ye stingy sa na nkofo kan we pause bebre aba ono ani colleagues ne fans so kire minim se mo be say o ye give away and aso frame no chiche musika na nsa mbe wo say o ye ana say onye but ne be twem ni say eye singer Mr. Jew ayo chima eye sakode o mu kopie mu Ghana in the parks. I'm sure be a Okobo UK. Sakwadia na musi de same yeding. Onu ankasa de won call shopping. Your chebo or toss sneakers nyamanya maybe mawo. And so how? Or some so edi won call share big people and influential people were UK. What's the Spotify boss cry? And I'm Sakwadia suna Mr. Drew Amrado Kofi Jamal ya talks out young artists no mo call UK for show. Mobeka is baby one said then tia we any day ni one be chem sanya sa nete. But Mr. Drew Chema na Sakwadia the next surprising one cause now one in that so Sakwadia yi ma na what to turn your mama one ya dey say what ne all kind say Sakwadia na me shiraw. Come here, say men to create Emma na tamfuni haters. Or say we speedy up say fu ponko bi time no deal. Also we any video live bi afede online for trolls fi bi obe comment so che na da no kom na ya lomi. Ana che ma lomi ben. Che na da me kom se me song so na se me nan so a betumi ato ye kan kito ya mu de uba ni bi munja asasem no. O che ma ono do ye fan bones on che da nkasa unze ye ntini controversy and a scandal bi aye. But Chrome has say aye na nkofo kan e na artist we yo hia we be won so bi on baby and so on be car say I get cars, I get mansions on KBA intimu so yo hia ni. O che ma obone bra nyom ye obone homody. Intima obi anka say eye family oniska o che ma ono so bi hye no. But o live normal life in zasem ne de munjai ka no njai tie. Na say amanfo gina social media didi nkrofo atemsere nkrofo. Nkrofo so de cash out sika pudu odweta yi bi. Eye vlogger wo di maya na oba ye to entertainment with Elsie Lamano Chema. Chrome has said so to boss now create content and a man for the need to follow. Bet me a make from $1,000 to $10,000 US dollars as I'm making a Ghana city so. Now then say me bet to the noche mo say ono the owo Chrome as a say confirm share and use social media ni now say bia ultra picture bi keke. But ochema so to boss now use ni ya. Bet me e make iska bebre efim. Gospel musician aye Florence Obini mochema osoro ni fi but asaso so he yo we ide obekoso adoni kunu aye Angel Obini ko sise Yakopon na beto nsa afen ochema controversies nse nsem na wo se ni kunu aye say ochena wa ye say but orange ano ai odomo hiemu amani mo obetena ne nchen cause nsem ye beyi nyina ote but ni kunu de odono support ochema odije ne so Range Rover new one eno Florence Obini chema otrio oche o abotin ni kunu to meet flights be hunu ne ade nti sansem na moka na obi ni ma ye sei nti ankontwe ne hu fini nche no so de bi o na aware ndo bekoso aware ankasa na nkomo atwate kwa afie ye osebo de Zara man osebo asem na make Ghana for yen fashionista ba kope so say skirt no nkwa na o share de enye sao nka ba fufura betu dwa akra ne say osebo aye nkofo eda prison ade oye philanthropist obo ankofo ne ade hu kire na say waye ne ma bebre na nsem ye oda betu dwa ne che so so no osebo ojetum say nkofo ne de ne bedua asase so mbo aye won anwo ni bi ne ade but eya ware e wo fani sa ware de oren wari bio se de ne nkwa aka wasa susu de be ya no se wa wo ni bi wa wo hiambo be ye won bo abata yes a ware ne sa amofra ne de odi atunche amanfo na wotwe nkomozi unu be ya dun se muye hwama nkasa unza ya ahyehya ma boni mede ni nyina aba be so mu da se ne e be sanso ahyianti eye benes oparijan ai wonu wa bedwafo mu nsom na mu nto asoman.
Thank you, Amabroni, for this week's Nkomo. On my left, I have Nanaya Redu. He's the content or director for One Play Africa, right?
Yeah.
History, history about Nanaya or Nimu Edupan. He has a lot of experience in the entertainment industry.
Really?
Yes.
I do?
A lot. I had Miss Bell concerts some time ago, and you were the only person that facilitated that concert.
He was the one who organized the dinner dance for the Ghana's independence, 57 dinner dance.
And now I need packet.
Ghana, land of freedom, on a deity orchestra.
I like it.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's humble to hear that. Ghana at 57, I was the one who...
Not Ghana at 57, 1957,
the day independence.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
You were the one directing the orchestra.
I also have with me Vida.
Yes, I have no portfolio, don't worry.
She's a columnist. And she says it just as it is.
Yes.
Welcome back
to
the show.
Feels good to have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels good.
After almost 1 year.
Yes, the gentlemen have been bullying me on the show. Glad that you're here.
That's a very
and we have him in the middle.
That's a very wrong thing to say.
We'll squeeze you in the middle.
For me, I enjoy it. You can even come closer. You can even add the top part and say, come, let me put my head on the top part and feel okay.
So before we discuss this week's Nkomo, our show is proudly sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the Mac Cheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get one small pizza, fries and chicken, one cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get one free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 026-4133-397 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Mami started with Nanayao. Nanayao, Nkomo, which story are you taking?
I mean, Udima is one fantastic young guy. Personally, I followed him. Long ago, I was trying to understand what he does and that kind of thing. So, and for him, I mean, he's an example of you can make money from social media because he's making money from YouTube. He's traveling the world and exposing African culture to the rest of the world. So he's really, really good. I actually went for one meeting, I think last month, for an event that's supposed to happen in December. And the client was talking about some influencers that we need to get on board. And so I was surprised when the client mentioned his name, that, oh, you need to get Udimaya on it. And I was like, wow, okay. This is how big this guy is. Yeah, he's really, really established. So I hope that anybody who reads the story or watches that interview will pick something from it. However, I feel that people shouldn't be told, that's my opinion. I feel like people shouldn't be told what to use social media for. You know, you can also be doing the wrong things and also be making the money. Depending on how you see value. You know, because you have a lot of people, celebrities insulting each other. Go and check their numbers. It's crazy. Like 1 million, 2 million. Almost the attempts around a partner phone. So we attempt, so you know, but the numbers keep going. So
we have that kind of audience.
Yeah, I feel like we should allow people to do whatever they want. You can't say it enough. I mean, I'm sure when somebody watches that story, the person will hardly believe that you are actually making $1 from YouTube.
You are into monetization of music on YouTube. Do you think his statement is true?
Yeah, I'm actually, yeah, it's true. I mean, that's what I said that Udimaya is an example of you can actually make money from social media. But the thing is that a lot of people will not believe it because probably they have not made money yet and they don't even know how to make money. They are seeing stars who are always insulting people on social media. So how do you come and tell them that they should use it wisely? I feel people should be allowed to do what they want to do on social media. If you want to make money, find ways and means of making the money. If you don't want to make money and you want to have catch cruise. If you want to take it serious, take it serious, you know. But he's doing very well and I want to bring him up. I think for those of us who are in his space, we really respect him and yeah, he should keep going.
Vida.
Yeah, Bernice, just going through Amabroni's list and Samajete Few, popularly known as Titi. I mean, he's saying, he's not ashamed to beg. I mean, for where he stands now, he can say that he's not ashamed to beg because help is actually coming. But, I don't think this is a posture that you take. I mean, tell the young guys the kind of challenges you went through before you find yourself in this situation. Abba say it was so before you are able to cater for yourself. It's an unfortunate situation that we all, you know, we can't identify ourselves completely with him, but on the name struggles are all come. But I felt it's an opportunity for him to tell these creative people how to save money, how to get things done the right way. I mean, definitely there'll be something that he can tell us that the creatives will take a cue from. But if you say you are not ashamed to beg and looking at the help that is pouring in, one artist somewhere will also sit back, not do things right, and one day hope to say that he or she is also not ashamed to say, or be begging for sika. And looking at the donations that are coming in right from the presidency down to the regional minister, I mean, everybody would like to live recklessly and hope that one day a president or a vice president somewhere will come to their aid. So this is not the time to say this. I mean, pump some, money saving investment sense into the youngsters that are coming in. We wish him well.
Okay. I was thinking you would touch on delay any if you Schwarzenegger issue.
Also, I can't say. Jimmy, I don't really want to, as I say, Mrs. also sad. So we don't want to, I mean, all the things that she's saying, nobody knows about it. There's no evidence to back the insults that are coming. I mean, if you gladly say somebody can be referred to as Bola Bed, and you're not, because I don't know why you say Obia Bola Bed. So it means the person is mentioning Tracy Boache, and so you have to come out and rant like that. I mean, it's unnecessary. And knowing delay, that beef way and because you also, I mean, it's nonsensical.
Okay, let's go for a break. When we come back, we will discuss Shatta Wale, Samini, and the 3 Music Awards issue. Welcome back. It looks like Shatta Wale is back in the news again. This time around, he's questioning the credibility of the 3 Music Awards. And Mamenkai said the issue in started. We have the story on GhanaWeb.com, so you can check it out. The credibility of the 3 Music Awards scheme hangs in a balance as Shatta Wale reveals a secret, suggesting the project is a scam. Shatta Wale and CEO of 3 Media and 3 Music Awards, Sadiq Abdullahi Abu, have been going at each other on social media for quite some time now. The genesis of the contention could be pinpointed to when Sadiq called out the dancehall musician over his music video comments. The comment is as follows: "Keep shooting music videos like you want to battle Jay-Z. You will wake up one day and ask me how I made all this money, and I'll tell you this." Sadiq disagreed and responded, while he's always making hollow arguments and running in circles. Who says that today one can't know exactly how much one makes on a song or video? How such narratives are allowed to fester is shocking. Sadiq's submission was followed by a barrage of insults, including an assertion that he suffers from halitosis, and the most recent allegation that 3 Music Awards operate on a non-merit basis. On his Instagram stories, he wrote, "Sadiq, do you remember telling me that the 3 Music Awards, you will give me 11 awards because Sarkodie and Stone, they bore you? We didn't do well, but now I'm doing well by speaking the truth." Vida.
Yeah.
What do you think of Shatta Wale's response to Sadiq's comments?
I mean, for Shatta, we've seen a lot of attacks coming from him to other artists. I mean, we've seen the Sarkodie one. We've seen even Bulldog himself. He was working with him, Pope Skinny, Shatta Wale, Stonebwoy, and even Stonebwoy Kasebio. That Sadiq's own, I feel it is an attempt to run down his credibility, his home, and his career. Because if you check the tweets or the post that Shatta made, there was one that he mentioned that Sadiq has allegedly impregnated another girl when he was at Akosombo on a 3 Music mission. I mean, I think they met, the board and the academy met there to deliberate on nominations, and he'll come out to say he impregnated another girl. So I feel there's an agenda to shut down his private life, his public life, his professional life. And if I look at how Shatta is going now, I can say he's a dangerous person. One thing that I maybe Sam want to say, why 11? Why 11 awards? Why the number? I mean, at 11 near the football in which is 11 awards and just a whole team. I mean, why the number 11? If Sadiq indeed wanted to prove a point, say you are the top artist, did he need to give you 11 solid awards to prove that point, Anna? So where from those tears on the stage? You were crying, giving acceptance speech after acceptance speech. So what kind of theatrics is this? If all this was fake, I mean, Shatta was subjected to prove with evidence, solid evidence to prove, say, Sadiq had conversations with you concerning giving you 11 awards. And when in Shatta already, he was running around in circles. He has said that he was going to dissuade Sadiq's partners from investing in the 3 Music Awards and the channel. And he has also said, Oceano baby, I don't know why the Shatta has not been picked up. Now that open threats are getting people locked up in cells. I don't know why for this long while, no, he has not been even arrested in the first place. So if you have any issue with Sadiq, he has told you, say, where is the proof? He has also said, say, if you feel, say, you did not deserve the 11 awards, bring it back. How many days near he made those pronouncements, and you are still keeping the awards in your bosom, and you come out to tell us, say, he said Shatta Huyene, Stoneboy Huyene, he sackled the Huyene. I mean, we've had enough of Shatta Wale at this stage. In so one show year, he risked not being celebrated as a legend in the industry because because of you, beef cry outliving irrelevance, because anything you cook in your inner chambers, you come out to talk about it, and then it makes it unattractive. While bro contractors, you've done a lot of things. So I feel, say, everybody knows who Shatta is. This is not going to hurt people who want to work with Sadiq because they know the brand and you know what he stands for. And mind you, on the album neighbor. And so he needs some bars. Shatta was heard in an interview now in Castle proving evidence of Sadiq calling him say VGM media correct. Good. 3 Music will never be like VGM according to Shatta. Look at you, Shatta Wale. Now you are praising Teresa Yawade and his enemy award scheme VGM over 3 Music. And then he ain't alpha Shatta VGM because of Kate now two. So now if I'm an investor and I'm going to the music business dealing with Shatta Wale, I'll have to be very careful. Because just yesterday you were chastising VGM, so and even out of that, and our resurrection, who you are today. And now he's saying that VGMA is the best award scheme in the country. Is it a subtle announcement that you are getting back onto the scheme? Have you signed some contract somewhere to hype them over Sadiq? Because Sadiq 3 Music, is giving a very stiff opposition and a very stiff competition to, not opposition, a very stiff competition to the VGMA now. Is this part of your job to run Sadiq down and hail VGM? I mean, these conversations are not needed. So if you feel that you did not deserve the awards, 11, carry them into one of your big cars. Take it to Sadiq. He will accept it wholeheartedly. But as it stands now, there's no evidence to prove that Sadiq had earlier conversations with him saying that he was going to give him 11 awards. So until then, he should just shut up. Yabre.
Nana, do you think Shatta Wale, he should shut up for now?
It's your question here. This is your question there, seriously.
Now, the commentary on this whole issue.
Well, the industry supports mediocrity and people are not learning. So when people make mediocre comments, you have people in the industry who elevate it. And when the commentary is elevated and people who feel that, no, what you're saying is a 360 thing, it will come back and haunt some of us who are also looking for investment in the business. So we have to correct you guys. They become the bad people. I mean, I was on one other TV station and they put me on with another entertainment. I saw a pundit, and he said that, if I'm quoting him right, he said that people don't make money from videos, they make money from the audios. And I left. It was a Zoom chat, so I just left the Zoom chat because my heart started beating.
I support
I just left the Zoom chat, and the guys were calling me. They were like, Nana, I said, listen, if you're going to call me on TV to speak, pair me with somebody who is intelligent. Don't pair me with a dumb ass people. Don't waste my time. This is what is happening. It's none of our business if Shatta Wale wants to tell his fans the biggest lie in the world. It's not. Oh, Epi, it's not at all. Do you get what I'm trying to say? It's not our business. Like, say me here, I mean, I find my home. So if we try and church or fans say, hey, we don't try video say Jay-Z, and I'm going to find my home. And find me home, but I find me home because I will go to people, send them a bag, me come back. Me pen me me make far. Like I have been told no so many times today, because I'm trying to raise capital to inject into my company, which is an entertainment company. And people's base of saying no to you is because mo sector no is not trustworthy. Mo sector no it's in calculate. And nyamo hona obi say who discussion masikane in my back. That is why Sadiq went to speak. That is why David Nicholson also came out. You see, you might think that you are an individual in the ecosystem, but your actions and inactions also affect those of us in the same ecosystem. What am I saying? Yeah. You saying that you don't want to shoot a video like Jay-Z, blah blah blah, on your Instagram, on your whatever thing where you want to put. Who knows who is following you? And who knows? Say, nipa now if you want to do it, you know, May Yao, Sadiq, Nico say, Nana Isehene. You mentioned them. All these guys are going to that same person to go and look for investment. Who knows the number of brands, managers who are also following you? So if we go to them and say, Benis, hi, my name is Nana, I work for One Play Africa. Now maybe events, and I did 40,000 everybody together. You look at me funny, you be like, is it the same industry that Shatta Wale is saying? That is why we are all speaking. That is why we are trying to set the right things in place, so that we'll be also follow industry and continue and say this is the right. It is not the right thing to say. What am I saying? It's not. Now, in our industry, this is what happens. When somebody raises a conversation and intellects gets on board, they want to trivialize the conversation by making it petty, by attacking brands and personalities. When there's a bigger conversation and by getting emotional. So there's a bigger conversation of a superstar in Ghana saying, don't shoot music videos like Jay-Z. And then I will show you, if you are shooting like Jay-Z, I will come and show you how I'm making money. And then people are leaving that comment and they are trivializing, is he wrong? Why should we spend money on quality video? But the person has forgotten that you are home shouting a certain Nigerian artist's name. Do you know how they got to your home? They got to your home through the visuals. If the visuals was that bad, you would not be singing the song. If Westgate's visuals for Essence was bad, you would not be singing the song. So you don't understand. Like when we speak, and you say, yeah, but we are on the ecosystem. Do you know what I'm trying to say? You made a comment. Somebody even Sadiq, what Sadiq did that I will never do is to go to HFM and go and do that free education. Yeah, I'll do masterclass and take the money. Because I do a lot of masterclass and I do take money, because I feel like sitting on radio and TV to give this education, they will not even understand what you're saying. They will not even get it. What am I saying? He went on radio, he explained himself, he gave you reasons why it is important to invest in your visuals. He even explained, like into details, the conversation has now become a conversation of intellectuals, so he can't. So this is what he does. Now let me destroy the guy's image. What do you stand to gain from it? Let's just play the devil's game. Let's say Sadiq told you that, yeah, Shatta, I'll give you 11 hours because Stone and Sack, they bore me. And then you also said, yeah, give me, make I tease them. Between the giver and the receiver, who's a fool? Whose brand is at stake? I have given you 11 hours. I have elevated my...
You should look at the post he made, like when he received it, and this is the evidence of hard work and blah, blah, blah. So all that nonsense. I mean, who will pay attention to your album, your upcoming album? Who will pay attention to it?
There are a lot of deals that are discussed behind closed doors, that if people get to find out how the deals are brought to life, probably people will say, oh, wow. I'm sure you've seen people get certain ambassadorial deals and you go like, how did this guy get this ambassadorial deal? If there will be an America say, oh, your core boardroom conversation, a lot of people will never get anything in this business. It is not like he has no points. Like Shatta has like 0 points, 0, to say that okay, you told me you're going to give me 11 awards. We will see who will invest. Yo, you see, the minus thing about Shatta Wale and Sadiq is that he said he's going to. I haven't seen the beating part.
Yeah, he said he will beat him.
Yeah, but that one he can't say that. He
Sadiq also told him that, Masa, me too, I'm from Zongo.
I was going to say
if
that.
You say you beat
no,
me,
because
Sadiq used a very polished word for beating for him.
Yeah, because I think he doesn't know who Sadiq is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the shirt and the trousers is
no, the big English is deceiving him.
Yeah,
He thinks when he speaks the big English, he can't really do shaggy.
So the beating part, I think Shatta was just joking. Because Sadiq doesn't have to move. Like, I'm sure by now people are calling Sadiq. But also, young now. I'm telling you,
it will be an interesting fight.
No, I'm telling you, right?
Versus Nima.
No, I'm telling you, Shatta is not from Nima. He's from.
But he says that he's
no, he's from Polygon.
He's a Nima boy.
No, he's not.
He always says he's a Nima boy.
It's not. Listen.
So why his tags? Why are they
like? I don't like conversations that are trivialized. Let's have a decent conversation. Let's tackle the problem. What he's saying, attacking the brand and the guy's investment. As a matter of fact, you say, I know for a fact that people are actually calling Sadiq now because they want to actually put money into the 3 music awards because of what he's saying.
Oh, that's good news.
Oh yeah, of course. You think people don't know Shatta Wale is?
He said he was going to seize him from using the venue at the International Conference Center because he knows the owner of the. I mean, why would a creative person do this? Because we have a crop of youngsters coming up who need the scheme to build themselves.
Right, Shatta Wale is joking.
How?
He's just saying some things to, it's like he wants to appeal, he wants to make his fans feel like.
In the course of his jovial stuff, he's attacking the credibility of a brand.
That's what I'm saying. That, listen, in this circle, when an issue comes up, and you are speaking on intellect, like you're trying to make people understand, do education, you are the one who is seen as a fool. I'm telling you, I've shied away this whole week. I've shied away from talking about this Sadiq and this thing because a lot of people don't get it. What am I saying? One, what he wrote was wrong, and people are trying to let him know that what you wrote was wrong. At least we understand that you are a star, so it's hard for you to take the defeat. But when you are coming back, come back in a way that elevates the conversation so that you don't have to attack.
He's had his way with word statements made.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
So I think, well, he should bring the awards and cry the crying that he cried.
I mean, as for the 11 awards, if, like I said earlier, if I come and meet you and I say I'll give you, remember GhanaWeb Employee of the Month, right? Mayor Kululu, Mako Boys, Maya One. Yeah. That's who feel say you don't deserve it. You will say yes. Yeah, for mommy, right? But if you feel say you deserve it, you might say, okay.
No, relax. Let the system itself.
Make do but it let me too much. Make do at least I deserve like 5 or 4. So you make a guess winner. But for you to say, yeah, give me, it makes you yourself. You know that
you are not sure of yourself.
You are not that this thing. And Shatta has
let your producer put up the crying video. See the face.
I think Shatta has one
crying face. Receiving the 11 awards.
Shatta has a problem of, I don't know why he feels that people must validate him for him to know that he is Shatta Wale. Like Vida said, maybe he has an album coming out. Obi album. Look at how his colleague, what's his name, Stonebwoy announced his album. No controversy, nothing. Put out a nice picture, wrote new single, Ariba, new album, #album 5. Simple. He doesn't need me and I to come
Stonebwoy look at Kofi Jamal announcing his EP.
Yeah.
That's a classic.
Like, they don't need me and I to come and sit already and say, Shatta be artist, he's the best. He's come to release. No, they don't need me.
And this is someone who says he's a dancehall king. He's the one saving the industry. So if you are the savior, the messiah. There was news that his mother has said that he hadn't seen him for like close to 3 years. That's where the controversies began. And then there's this lady who came in fighting with Michi. Was Maglav or something. I mean, everything that I feel probably, allegedly he planned was kind of failing. The mom saga didn't hold. The Maglav and the Michi and the fight here and there.
So you think Senema Mediane was planned?
I think on the road to releasing the album, he had, a lot of things planned, lots of controversies planned. So whiteboard or quite not a ticket. This one didn't go.
But he did the contrary.
And now this is a turn of
Like, for real, I don't think
before the album drops there will be another controversy surrounding him because this one too he will not hold.
No,
so it's like a plan thing that
before you go for break, right? I don't think personally, I don't think that Shatta wakes up and says I want to create controversies.
He does.
Like to my album.
He does.
I think what gets him overwhelmed is that he makes a post and it becomes topic for discussion, in which he doesn't, which he's failing to recognize that he is an influential person. He's not like he wakes up in the morning, he thinks he's talking to his Facebook fans.
Yeah.
So he makes the post for the Facebook fans.
Global market.
Yeah, as a global artist.
Somebody
who has been nominated on MTV VMAs. You know, I think he forgets, like, this Jay-Z thing, if he's going to be truthful to everybody, he didn't make it, he never thought for a second that it will get to where he's going to.
Yeah.
It's like, let me make a post to tell my fans I am making money. And in making the money, let me just make it funny. I can bet you for a fact that if you are maybe you're not saying, see, they are fighting.
No, see, now,
I would not be surprised.
He's trending saying that he looks like Jamaic.
I'm telling you. I mean, like,
what's the link? Because Sarkodie went to Nigeria and hooking up with Jamaica. Now, me, moves 1 or 2. Just say Sarkodie, I just hype. And also on any check, and the picture, but say he looks like Jamaica.
Well, your name saw Jamaica, and I saw you could break about.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back to Bloggers Forum. The show is sponsored by Cheesy Pizza. Cheesy Pizza has all you want from juices, smoothies, jollof rice, fried rice, spag and meatballs. We have great deals for you all week round. Cheesy Pizza gives you the McCheesy combo every Monday and Thursday. With only 49 cedis, you get 1 small pizza, fries and chicken, 1 cola drink at all branches. Tuesdays are Super Tuesday at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Buy your Super Family Pizza at a half price every Tuesday for 40 cedis at all Cheesy Pizza branches. Be part of the midweek bonanza every Wednesday. Buy and get 1 free at all Cheesy Pizza branches. And also, remember to start your weekend with special jollof and fried rice from Cheesy Pizza branches every Friday. Call 0264 133 97 to place your order. Cheesy Pizza, your pizza, your way. Anaya,
Yes.
Samini has also joined the whole conversation, and he has even dared Shatawale to release a single. What do you think?
A hit.
I think Samini is just trying to also let Shatawale know that, you know, Beza was, right? Beza was, I think the founder, if I'm not mistaken, is Bulldog. And so Bulldog happened to have been the manager for Shatawale. And in the dancehall community, they also feel that at a point he was getting some awards that he didn't deserve. So if you are going after people's brands and tarnishing people's hard work, then also come out and defend your base awards. I mean, I'm sure a lot of artists probably they are not bothered about speaking about, because if it does come up, you will see a lot of artists, who also dancehall artists, who also come up and say that, yo, this Base award where you Shatawale win, like enough for win, you know, there's always going to be. So I feel like Samini is just trying to remind him that this is what you do. It's getting too much. You understand? Like, you have to try and have a limit sometimes. You know, the limit is what I'm telling you. It's an issue on the ground. Speak to the issues. Attacking me and my business has nothing to do with the issues. You understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Speak to the issues. Why are you going after somebody's hard work? Why are you going after somebody's hard work? Like, imagine that you said what you said, and let's say the brands that push investment into 3 music awards say they won't do it again. I think you are being selfish. Then what about the number of employment that will be cut away because of what you've done? You haven't thought about that. You've forgotten that people also feed homes with the job they get from 3 music. You understand? So listen, the ripple effect is big. Just no. It's very big. If 3 Music Awards is cancelled, on the day of the event, those who come and sell water, gown, all this, they will not be there. That means on that day they will not make sales. Obuhana or when a calendar so say, man, yes, they be awards. Oh, come on, it make it 1,000 Ghana cedi. And then the calendar so you say the bus school fees no, more between from April to July there. Now I sort it because we got 1,000. Okoye na council say Kim asemato no. So no mo do it. Kasa na say just based on what they are doing. No, the ripple effect goes down to everybody. The carpenter who comes to knock things, the guy who sells the nails, maybe I go find nails, no free bar. You know, it's a whole lot. So I think Samini is just trying to remind that, yo, bro, you are going too far. And I say, okay, I can't cry now. I was be a bar in the past. I'm out so many awards. Now you say people say you don't deserve it. No, yes, you didn't. Because we always say that if somebody wins an award is over. The question is, did you vote? What must I say? Did you vote? Yeah. If you did vote, maybe you need to vote more next time. If you didn't vote, then keep quiet. So that's what Samini is trying to do. As for the hit song part, it's a tease. I mean, Shatta hasn't had a major hit for some time now, so it's a tease. It's not as if probably they want to get into the ring again and start a whole beef. No, I don't think so. I think that is just teasing him that because Shatta Wale is more of, if he gets a hit, he will change his conversation right now. I'm telling you, if today Shatta drops a song and tomorrow it becomes a big song, he will change his conversation. He will make it feel like, yeah, he go fit do hit song anytime. He's a guy who go fit do song anytime. You know, like
he proud himself of having one of the greatest and biggest fan base in Ghana.
Yes.
So when you say no, then you to a bit better.
But you say that you thank me. You say 1 hour we release about 6 or 7 songs. When I heard that thing, I thought they were joking. For real, I thought they were not serious. But I want to check. Actually, it's true. He did that. Like we released 1 hour to 2 or 6 or 7 songs. Aden.
And a back crown for.
No, Nina, every country is there. Oh, the good thing about him is that when he's having a concert, his fans get to sing those songs, like to him, like when he's on stage. One more to man. And say, say, moment he cry. One more call fans in there. That's good, but he needs a hit, and he's doing a lot of things at the same time that is taking his attention from getting the hit. Samini has nothing to lose now. I mean, he just dropped a video of his Untamed album, Old Man's Radio. Everybody is praising him for how good the video is, the storyline and everything. So he's in a good place. And again, he's come to understand that these guys are trying to make me an OG, even though that's not supposed to be the case. They're trying to make me an OG. So how do I stay in that respectful mood, or stay in that manner, and also still do my music as an artist? Because he's allowed to be creative. He's allowed to do whatever he wants to do. So he's allowed to tease. And I'm sure if Shatta Wale to respond to that base awards thing, you will see. I want Muna about. I want Raskuku. All these guys will start to come up and say, "Hey, you won this award. Like you do not for me now." You know. And maybe that's why Shatta is shying away from that base awards conversation and trying to still hit Sadiq, which I think is unnecessary.
Dennis, I would liken Samini's rant to a good father wager properties for Nimba, like we call in our local parlance, Ejapade. We say, "Utimisha man no aka say, oh, me ba we dey a dine we be man me." But some fathers also hwa when him say ni we chi na enye papa nto ton kra no adi. Samini aye Ejapade was sustaining dance hall no. Wo hwe na chi ochine bi oni ho. Na so wo jama somebody like Shatta Wale. Or shade never to pansam. Inti whilst or way. Maniki kana jane tre one sana so ochine bi oni Ejapade no de ma no. Amobia so ate say onim say wo do dija wa be say no so oni choice or dija sa. That is the situation here. The focus is the music. You should be known for your craft and not the ugly noises we hear every time. That is why our ba catcher say focus on giving us a hit. Oh, the woman may hate back me the 6 and a baby a whole lot of issues. Ochina say but one thing had me kakra on Samini tweet, was the fact that also on PM Brameka about the Base Awards now, If that is true, say he started long ago buying awards, if there's a trail of it, then there's a likelihood say B and not the three music now or can B and not choose me because all tracing it back to Base Awards till today. Then there's a possibility that would they craft so Benji abasobody genuinely there. It doesn't exist. But the only window I meet me Johnny Fem Kakran say he has been unable to prove say he bought the 3 music awards. But Samini says that come out with the base. Then it tells me that there's evidence to prove that base no dear. You get it. And for Samini, I feel like he's worried for the next generation who want to do dancehall. Because if you're not looking up to him, if they are telling him he's an OG on Chinehua, who is the next person to look up to? Is it Shatawale who is advising you to shoot low budget videos? Where are you going to get with that? So all these, you might think that it's just mere rant, but it's a whole pack of worries that he's putting out there. And he's also drawing the attention of the young ones who want to do dancehall. Say, well, so rely on my past record and see what you can do with your craft. So me for Shatta, Charlie, me pa ba in the craft. I'm giving up gradually.
Oh, don't give up.
Oh, Nadia Koidi.
Don't give up.
Okay, we'll go for a short break, and when we come back, we have a discussion with Sinaso. Welcome back. This is Bloggers Forum, and I have with me Sinaso here on GhanaWeb TV. She's here to talk about her new single, Feeling, and all her upcoming projects. Sina, welcome.
Thank you for having me.
How was the preparation for the new single with Kidi?
The preparation, or the making of it. I mean, both of us are artists, both singers, so we just decided to link up and then make a song that was both vocal. Like we wanted to sing at the same time, give you something that you can jam to. So we just linked up in the studio, and then he produced the song and he co-wrote the song with me. And yeah, now we have Feelings.
What's inspired Feeling?
Feelings, you know what? Sometimes the songs is just vibes. It's just you just what's that?
Not Atinka Babiana.
What's Atinka?
Atinka is feeling.
Oh no, it's just a vibe. You know, it's just a vibe. We wanted to create something that was both emotional, at the same time something that people can, vibe to. So he freestyled behind the beat, and I freestyled as well, and then we just picked the parts of the freestyle that was nicer, and then we just made the song. That was it.
We will come back to your upcoming projects, but right now there is a conversation on producing either a high budget video or a low budget video. What's your take on it as an artist? Music video.
Oh, are you saying is good?
The production of either a high budget video or a low budget video.
I don't know, when there's your pocket too. And the funny thing is sometimes the best videos you might see on YouTube or on your TV may not have even cost much. I think it's all about the director and the camera crew, the director of the video, the filmmaker that you're working with, because some people can work with like the smallest budgets and then will give you a video that you think was like $100,000, So I think it's about the director of the video. Yeah.
With your music video, Feeling, how much did it cost us?
I can't speak about the figure. No, I can't mention the figure, but I have a good relationship with Prince Dovlo, and he's a very good, videographer. So it wasn't necessarily about the budget. I mean, there was a budget. At the same time, it was more the work that he put into it. Yeah. Okay.
Now, what's your new project?
Well, Feelings dropped a couple of weeks ago, and Feelings is off an EP that I'm dropping soon, pretty soon actually. So it's a single of my upcoming EP, and yeah, that's the freshest project I'm about to drop soon.
If you joined us for the first time and then you don't know, or you've not heard Feeling, maybe Sina will give us a freestyle. Not our audiences will know what your song is about.
Okay. Feelings, I'm in my feelings. There is something about you. You bring me healing. Feelings. I'm in my feelings. And if it's something about you, you bring me healing.
Maybe you'd want to give out your social media handles for your fans to follow you, to know all the updates that you have for them.
Okay, so CINA_SOUL, Sina Soul. You can find me on Instagram, on Twitter, on TikTok. You can stream my songs on Apple Music, Boomplay, Spotify, everywhere.
Okay. Thank you, Sina Soul, for your time with us today on GhanaWeb TV. We say goodbye to Vida.
Yes,
who
and
is
the talkative.
And our celebrity, Nanaya.
Yes, independent celebrity, 1957.
It's with One Play Africa. Thank you guys for today.
No props, man.
Thank you very much. I've had a good time.
With you.
I wish that Vida would have come closer a bit so that I put my head on her chest.
For COVID reasons.
Can I put Vida's birthday is on the 22nd of September.
Thank you for announcing.
Yeah. But unfortunately, I will not be in Ghana on 22nd.
Broke boys, they are always not around when their girlfriends are celebrating
when
their
I come back, I'm sure. I can send her a gift from where I'm going, so it's no problem.
Momo is international.
Yeah, of course, But I won't be in town for her birthday, and I'm too concerned with family visa card and call. And look, Penny, I didn't have. But apart from that, I think happy birthday.
Thank you.
Let me say shout out to
Abrantepa, yeah.
Say yeah, Juma now to me go leave. What about tomorrow? Why do I say yeah, Juma now to me go leave? What tomorrow? Shout out to Abrantepa.
Okay.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
But I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I and the body I represent, the Alliance for Christian Advocacy Africa, want to wish GhanaWeb, the management team, very well. They came at the right time, and they have served a purpose. When my story appeared on GhanaWeb, I found that other media houses that have not interviewed me, that have not called me, they still have the story on their website, media platforms, and I know that even if they don't acknowledge, I know they pick it from GhanaWeb. So they have served the media needs, or they've made significant contribution to media needs in Ghana. We wish them a very good future, but we pray that they will also need be find a way of reducing the hurt that people are going through, because it seems to me people who receive some kind of abusive feel hurt, but they may still want to go to GhanaWeb because of its uniqueness. We wish them a very fruitful years in the coming years and days ahead of us.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
55 years ago in Kingston, Jamaica, Ghana's relay team won gold at the Commonwealth Games, defeating Jamaica and Australia, clocking a time of 39.8 seconds. Ebenezer Oko-Addy was the Ghanaian athlete who started the race for us in that remarkable event. Today, Mr. Oko-Addy, who is 80 years old, has invited us to his humble place of abode to have an interesting conversation. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and you're welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. We're taking a short break, and when we return, we begin the conversation. Welcome from the break. We are the premises of Mr. Ebenezer Oko-Addy. Mr. Oko-Addy, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Welcome to my humble abode.
Nice. You have a nice place. So, how did the process of scouting to become an athlete begin? Were you in high school? Those days you didn't have high school?
Yeah. I went to Fijai Secondary School in 1957. In Ifyakwanta. We were the regional, I was the regional, what happened was that we did regional track and field from the Western region.
Okay.
And we had it at the GSTS track field. I won the 100 yards, I won the 220 yards in those days. And so that qualified us to come to Accra for the national finals.
Accra, right. Where all the champions are.
Yes, yeah. We're champions from the Western region. Yeah. All the regions came. You know, Kumasi, the northern region in those days, you know, we didn't have Upper West and so on, but northern region, Ashanti, Brong, Ahafo, you know, central region, eastern region. Okay. So we all came. We also called those interco, those intercollegiate, right? Shortened to interco.
Okay.
And that's where, you know, you showed your
prowess.
Right, prowess, right.
Yeah. So at the regional stage, then you competed in the 100 and 200. Then the national team came. How did scouting for the sports, how did you end that sport in the national team?
Well, we had to finish with the intercollegiate first. So all the regions came, and then we had the very finals. And I won the 100 yards, you know. Alote won the 220 yards. And Mr. Ohenejan, the then director of sports, you know, recognized the talent. What was happening in that transition period was that he wanted an infusion of young blood into the old blood, as it were. And we were very young, we hadn't done anything, we were hungry, you know, we wanted to prove that we could do something, but we had to get the opportunity. So when we were given the opportunity, we lined up, Onijan said, okay, first 4 guys will be the nucleus of the relay team.
Wow.
Whether you've been a champion before or not, just line up, we're getting the first 4. So then, you know, some of us, you know, the young guys, we replace the old guys, you know.
Really?
We replace Mike Ahe, Bashiru, Okante, and the rest of them. You know, these were legendary names. But we're hungry, you know. We just wanted to prove that we belong.
Yeah.
So that's what we did.
So from there onwards, then what next? African qualifies? Or?
Yeah. So that was in the offing. We went to Congo, Brazzaville, I think in 1965, to the first African games. In those days, they got Premier Jeux d'Africain for the first African games in Congo, Brazzaville. And we did fairly well. I think we got a gold medal there. So, you know, we're starting to believe that, you know, we belonged.
You got gold over there as well?
Yes, sir.
Wow, then you have won a lot.
Well, in those days, you know, We were young, and it was, we just wanted to, to do something for Ghana. Nkrumah had put African personality, out there. So what we wanted to do as Ghanaians was to show that given the opportunity, the black man can also excel.
Yeah, the black man is capable of achieving
yes,
the heights
sir.
of the
So,
white man.
we wore that with aplomb and pride, and we did what we had to do.
But prior to the 1966 Commonwealth Games, I learned you went for the...
we went. I was in Tokyo. I had then come to Legon.
Okay.
I came to Legon in 1963, and I won a few medals. I broke a few medals there. I mean, a few events there, and I broke a few records, and I set a few records. My record in the 220 yards in 1964 still stands.
As of now.
As of now, 1964 still
Wow.
stands. That was in 21.5 seconds in those days.
Really?
As I said, I was very lanky, very tall and skinny. They used to
what
call
was your
me.
height?
My height I was slightly 6'1". That's about it. But I was very lanky. I was lankier than you were, And they used to call me Daddy Long Legs, because I was so skinny, and all people saw were those long legs, And so that's what happened. So we went to Tokyo in '64, and something happened to me there that really, I think, solidified in my mind that track is an individual event. You have to have confidence in yourself in addition to training, because there's a lot of intimidation going on. I found myself in the heats with Bob Hayes.
Okay.
Bob Hayes was the fastest guy in the world in those days. So here I am from Ghana, young guy. I was 24 then, This was my very first major meet, Olympic Games. God, man.
The whole world is watching.
The whole world is watching, and I'm running beside Bob Hayes. God, I think I had already conceded psychologically, I had conceded, because Bob Hayes was the fastest guy. Anyway, so the gun went off and we started running. The first 60 yards, I was ahead of the pack.
Wow.
70 yards, I was still ahead. And in my mind, I'm saying, where is Bob Hayes? He's supposed to be the fastest guy. What am I doing running ahead of Bob Hayes? Okay? So I'm kind of looking for him to, come on, Of course, then right about the 80 yards, 80 meters, he comes along. I said, now that Bob Hayes has come, I can follow.
Okay.
So at the end of a race, I said to myself, boy, this guy was not trying to win the race. He was just trying to coast and qualify. I had an opportunity to win a heat in which Bob Hayes had participated, and I was waiting for him to come. No. From now on, we are going to line up mano a mano, the best man win. So that was a vital lesson that I learned in Tokyo in '64. And that helped us and propelled us to Kingston '66, because I was not waiting for anybody, and I was not going to be intimidated by anybody.
Okay, but you are a history man. You have some of your records over here. If you don't mind, we can look at your records.
Lord, this scrapbook is as old as Methuselah.
How old? Which year did you start keeping?
I started this scrapbook in 1961.
Wow.
61. So as you can see, everything is going to.
I wasn't born by then.
Oh Lord, don't worry about it. You will live long. You will.
Amen. So that's...
This was when we were leaving for Tokyo.
Okay.
And they call it, this was then Flagstaff House.
Oh, okay.
Now it's Jubilee House.
All right.
And we took some picture. It was a group picture. We had about 47 of us going to Tokyo.
Yeah, that was a record then.
Mm-hmm. We had footballers, we had boxers, and I think the athletes, you know. So it was very well organized in those days because everything was centralized. Onijan was then the director of sports, and the government made sure that he had the resources to run an effective organization. Right.
Then,
this is something.
You were a record breaker in your.
Yes, there were a lot of records that I broken. This is one of them at Legon. I think this was the 440.
And you have the Tokyo, the record.
Yeah, 47 living for Tokyo.
47 living.
Yeah.
That's the record number.
Yes, I don't think we've had any more
this
than
year
that.
We had just 14.
Well,
athletes.
we'll come to this year.
Yes, so this is the record number. 47 athletes represented Ghana at the Tokyo Olympic Games in the year 1964. Never have we been able to equal this record. The last Olympic Games that was held in Tokyo, that's this year, we only took 14 athletes. Well, what was the cause? What have we been doing wrong? And what did the boys in Osagyefo's era do differently? Well, we're taking a short commercial break. When we return, Mr. Okwadi will lead us through it.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Welcome back from the break. It's been an interesting conversation with Mr. Okwadi, and we are still continuing with our conversation because Mr. Okwadi has more to tell us. Mr. Okwadi, Kingston, Jamaica, Commonwealth Games.
Yes.
You won the gold medal. How did it all come about?
Okay. You can sum it all in one sentence or one word. Practice, practice, practice. You asked me about Ghana and what happened, and I said practice, practice. Okay.
Yeah.
You are given 20 meters now within which to change a baton.
Yeah.
20 meters. They have officials at each point to make sure that you do it within the 20 meters.
Well, there's something I'll ask, but you continue.
I'm making this point.
Yeah.
So, and I said practice.
Practice. Yeah.
That's very key.
Yeah.
So you have a very limited space. You are running very fast, and you're supposed to be accurate.
Changing the baton.
And change the baton within the 20 meters, radius, yard.
Okay.
So what do? What we did was we practiced and practiced. And what does that mean? We had Mens and I.
Okay.
I was number 1, he was number 2, Adi was number 3, Alote was number 4. We did our individual practice, number 1 and number 2. When I finished with him, he did number 2 and number 3. Number 3, number 4. Okay. Now, we will run at full speed. You point to a spot on the track. When he gets to that spot, just take off. Run as fast as you can. Don't worry about it. We are training now. So this is where you make mistakes and you correct them. Practice. So when he gets to that point, I take off. Or when I get to that point, he takes off at full speed. So eventually, when you practice for a long time, you get into sync. So that by the time you get the baton, you will be at full speed. I see people slow down and wait for the other guy to come and give him the baton. You're wasting time. You will never get anywhere.
Oh,
That's how, that was the secret.
Okay, okay. So you
So when we changed our batons, we were all at full speed. I started the race. I gave him a little lead. We were in the last lane, lane 8.
Yeah.
You know, and I never relinquished that. So by the time Kwesi got the baton, we're still ahead. We're still full speed ahead. You know, and we flawless change of baton, and it looks beautiful, but a lot of hard work went into that, and that is what is Achilles' heel with this.
Yeah, 39.8 seconds, and you're
that
supposed
was a
to.
long time ago now.
Yeah, yeah.
It was 0.01 of a second outside the then world record.
Wow.
0.01 of a second. We could have, you know, gotten the, a few things happened, but, you know, it was a good race.
Yeah, once you had the gold, that was did you...
I wasn't satisfied. No, we could have done it a little bit better. We could have done it a little bit better.
Really?
Yes.
Why
there
do you
was
say
a
so?
little room for... I wasn't very satisfied with the way we changed the baton between myself and Mr. Mens.
Okay, okay.
I was in such a high, you know,
Spirit.
the Canadian in lane 7, just before we started the race, came to me and said, I'm going to catch up with you by 50 yards.
Really?
So that took me back to 1964 in Tokyo with Bob Hayes and my promise never to let anybody intimidate me. So I told him, all right, catch me if you can. So when the gun went, I was with the gun.
Wow.
The commentator even remarked that, you know, Ghana had a good start. Boom! I was flying. I was flying. So when I got to the point, Kwesi was looking at his point so he could take off.
Yeah.
And I was telling him, Charlie,
move.
Yeah, like that. You know, I'm coming at full speed. But he did the cautious thing and waited.
Okay.
So it was not as smooth as we would have loved it. Even though we have practiced, it was smooth, but that was what cost us the world record.
Oh, okay.
0.01 of a second. That's how, you know, that, you know, it was okay. You know, but I wasn't happy.
I think we won 5 gold medals that at that tournament. The record was, I think, 9. We won 9 medals from that.
You keep the statistics. We were just happy to have won our event, and you know we went and cheered the others. So you know, yeah.
How was the celebration in Ghana, and how did the president in fact honor you in that period?
Oh, 66. There was a coup.
Yeah.
So General Ankara invited us to the castle. You know, Ghana, you know, they gave us some Coca-Cola. And
but you won't go into that because that years are past.
We never got a penny, in other words. We never got a penny for doing all that. We never got a brass farthing. Not a brass farthing.
Not any monetary reward.
No. It's what you call in Latin pro patria, for the fatherland.
My goodness.
No, but you know, those were the times, you know. In those days, it was strictly amateur. So people were not paid to do the Olympics. They changed the rules about, I don't know, about 10 or so years ago that people can participate. Even professionals could, you know, come in the games. In those days, in our time, it was purely amateur. You know, so nobody got paid, you know, nothing.
But you are satisfied with what you have now?
Oh, you can always look back and say, you know, maybe things could have been different. But in our time, that's what it was, you know. So nobody got paid and it was okay.
Well, let's move on with the conversation and talk about this year's Olympic Games. We had a relay team there. They did well in the heats. They made it to the final. In fact, let me state it on record. I'm so proud when I say that we beat USA to the final.
Fabulous.
Yes.
Fabulous.
What do you make of our relay team at this year's Olympic Games?
The tendency is to blame, you know. But if you've been there before, you have to be very circumspect, you know, and put things in perspective. We have to congratulate the young guys for an achievement. No, they did very well.
Joseph Polamwa, Benjamin Azamati,
right.
Then we have Mr. Yibwa as
right.
well.
They did very well. Congratulations. There's no way, we can't take that away from them.
Yeah.
Okay. But having said that, I have to, from where I'm sitting, I'm a little bit disappointed because we should have gotten a medal in the relay. We had the material. Azamari had been running the fastest time in the world this year. And they had broken a record that we set, you know, a long time ago. You know. So the opportunity was there for them to excel and do something, but it was lost. My perspective is that it's coaching.
Okay.
And when I say coaching, I'm talking about, it comes back to practice.
Yeah. And I said,
and I told you about athletics being a very individualistic sport. But when it comes to relays, you want to act as a team.
Yeah.
You know, and to act as a team, you have to practice as a team. We have guys, these guys are all outside of Ghana, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. We could have had them
Yibwa was in Ghana.
Okay. But most of them are outside, right?
Yeah.
You know, the important thing is to get them together as a team, a relay team, for at least a week, 2 weeks, you know, and fine tune. That's 100 meters. Before you close your eyes, it's gone. 100 meters under 10 seconds.
Maybe the weeks weren't enough because I remember they were in camp for some time before the game started. But you said something. You said during your time when you were racing for the Commonwealth, at every point where you changed the baton, there were officials there monitoring. And in the finals, we were disqualified for lane breach, lane violation. You mentioned again that it all boils down to practice.
Yes. I mean, it goes without saying. What's the justification for lane in the 100-meter relay at the Olympic Games finals? I'm not buying it. There's no justification for that, and it goes squarely back to practice. There's no two ways about it. You can't run away from it. You cannot run away from it. And in this instance, the coaches should take responsibility for that. It's not the guys. Look, let's not kid ourselves. These guys did very, very well. Technically, you know, I mean, lane violation, final games in the Olympic Games, come on. We can't do better than that. We had the tools there. So what happens? You know, it's an opportunity that's lost for another 4 years.
Yeah, but
these guys have been working their tails off.
Yeah, most of them funded their races and for the qualifiers and all that.
No, it's not easy getting in. See, even before you get to the games now, in our days, you can just do the qualifying times and go. These days, you have to have other meets, small meets, before you get selected to the games itself. So it's a lot of elimination and a lot of work, and for lane violation, I'm not.
But there's still hope.
I'm not buying it.
There's still hope. 2022, next year's Commonwealth Games, and if all things be equal and they qualify.
There's always tomorrow. We should have done.
What are in your view? What are some of the things we should put in place to make sure that Commonwealth Games, just as you did in Kingston, Jamaica, in Birmingham, UK, we will be able to.
The blueprint is there. It's already there. It's been done. It's not that we haven't done it. It's been done. You know. So go back to the tape, look at the records. You know, do your research, find out what happened, what didn't happen. The blueprint is there, and build on it. You cannot keep on doing the wrong thing and expect to, different results. Go back, you've done it. Go back, look at the record, see what was done, see if you can improve on what has been done, because there's a track record.
Yeah.
Well,
I would like to see more of your medals before we go, and I'll let you tell us about the legacy or what you want us to do as a country and all that. We want to take a short break, and when we return, we'll look at Mr. Okwadi's medals. Don't go away. So welcome back from the break, and we are now going to talk about Mr. Okwadi's medal, and we are right beside the medal frame. Mr. Adi, I can see a lot of medals here. I've counted like 5 gold medals. Can you walk us through it?
Yeah, this frame here was done by my wife Eramadi when I finally came back from the States. First one here is the gold medal from Kingston, Jamaica.
Yeah.
Says Commonwealth Games, gold, 1966.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then we can start from here. This 65.
This 65.
Ibadan, 100 yards.
West Africa Inter-University Games, 65. That was in Ibadan. This was a 4x110 relay, leg on. We got a bronze there.
Yeah.
This was the 220 yards that I won in Ibadan.
Then this is 4
this
by
is
100.
4x440.
Okay.
We gotta go. I was a wrecking crew, like I said. I was running everything. I was a one-man wrecking crew.
Then I see one silver here as
yeah.
well.
The this is
the Tokyo.
Tokyo Games. They gave us this as tokens. So you put it on your lapel, and we exchange them with other athletes.
Wow.
This one here is the Order of the Volta. We're giving that 2000 and I think 16.
Recently.
Yeah, recently.
Okay.
By the state. It was one of the highest awards that they can give to people. Yeah. So I am a member of the Order of the Volta, through track and field. So this is the medal there.
Wow,
right.
Nice one.
Thank you.
But Mr. Okwadi, as we wrap up, what will be the legacy you would want us to have as a country when it comes to athletics?
Well, we have done it before through organization. So if we go back to the drawing board and replicate what we have already done with slight improvements, we'll still be... Look, the Jamaicans are not doing anything differently, and they don't have any more talent than we do. But they're organized. That's the key. They're organized, and they are putting their resources where it should go. Instead of, oh, we can do it. No. You have to organize. From day one, get a plan, follow the plan, and you succeed. Erama wrote this book called, what's the name of the book? Rewards.
Okay.
Rewards come through hard work. You put in the time, you put in the effort, You do well because you put in the effort, and at the end of it, you get your reward. There's no rocket science about it. You put in that time, you get the reward. So that's what I leave to Ghanaians.
Well, Mr. Okoabi, it's been a good time with you, and wish you the best of luck, and we wish you more years. I pray that you could live longer than...
I don't want to live too long.
Well, my name is Joseph Adamafio, and that's how we draw down the curtains for another edition of Sports Check. Do want to subscribe to our channel and visit our website at www.GhanaWeb.com. Peace out.
What can I say? Congratulations. The media these days is not easy. I think that you guys are doing your very best. And when I look at the team of people who are doing this work, I can only congratulate you and hope that this team will maintain and move on to achieve much greater things. But congratulations. You're doing a good job.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did...
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This program covers all the relevant issues from the hard truth to the facts and the fears. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe. Recently in West Africa, that's Guinea, there was a coup d'etat and Guineans were rallying behind the coup makers because they were relieved. If I would say all of them, well, that wouldn't be true. But some Guineans we saw in the media were happy about the coup, and many Guineans are asking what's going to happen next to their country. And also looking at the issue in Guinea, so many experts have called on countries like Burkina Faso and even Ghana to tighten their security, because anything like that could happen. There's also terrorism around the corner. Boko Haram is still active. Now we're going to discuss how the security threat in the region is affecting Ghana and the role Ghana can play in mitigating all these effects if they happen. Our guest is a security consultant and is an expert in the issue, and he's going to talk to us about this right after this break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest today is Alhaji Ibad Ibrahim. He is a security analyst, consultant, and also a social commentator. Welcome, Ibad.
Thank you so much for having me.
Were you surprised when the coup d'etat in Guinea happened?
No, the signs were quite clear. And for so long, we've come up with the idea that when you theorize how the 15 nations that make up the body of ECOWAS have transitioned since the independence struggles in the mid-50s and then early 60s, you realize that the Francophone faction of the group has not been able to wean itself of French subsistence. And so the coups we've seen in recent times have all been Francophone coups. Guinea-Bissau in Mali back to back, and now we have Guinea-Conakry. Even though there are, various backs of challenges with the Anglophone bloc, the 5 Anglophone countries seem to be doing well. Ghana has transitioned a couple of times since the time of Rawlings. We've seen Olusegun Obasanjo lead Nigeria from '99 and then transitioning to Omar Yar'Adua. He died in office. Goodluck Jonathan, then Buhari came into the picture. In Liberia, and Johnson Sirleaf, handed over power peacefully to George Weah. In Sierra Leone, then the Gambia, even though with some checkered, history in the Gambia. So pretty much we need to, look at the Francophone, bloc. When the French people left, West Africa, they gave 2 options to the nations who were becoming independent at that time. It's either it was a half-baked independence, where you would be tied to the umbilical cords of Paris, or you would be on your own. So Guinea-Conakry chose the latter, and we are told the French took away virtually everything, including desks in offices, and then they ripped off rail lines in some instances, we were told. So that was how Kwame Nkrumah had to intervene. He gave $10 million to his brother Sekou Touré, who was the first post-independence, leader for Guinea. That's how come he has a son called after, named after him.
So with all these interventions,
the French left a vacuum.
Yeah.
And these Francophone countries in West Africa have unfortunately not been able to fine-tune the role they need to play in a post-independent West Africa.
So with the vacuum the French have left in Francophone Africa, and also the setting up of all the regional bodies like ECOWAS, which is a mix of Francophone and Anglophone countries, wasn't there supposed to be a change? And what is the disconnect between the two?
Sadly, with my background in diplomacy and having worked as a rapporteur, I know how some of these things work out. You could have a regional bloc do a meeting. It could be ECOWAS, ECAS for Central Africa, IGAD for Eastern Africa, and SADC for Southern Africa. Then there is a resolution you need to make. A communique has to be issued. Then every now and then, representatives of certain countries would excuse you and then go make calls outside. So people need validation from France before they take certain decisions. And for me, that's pretty bad. Look at the choice of currencies, the CFA. The CFA is just an extension of the French currency. The reserves, the central bank reserves of these Francophone countries are in France. So at what point can we come out clearly and say, you have to wake up and smell the coffee? If this regional bloc has to be truly independent, you need to sever your allegiance and ties to France in some instances. But sadly, we've not been able to get the courage we need for some of these countries to come out against France.
We'll talk more about the regional blocs, but with the expectation or non-surprise of the coup in Guinea, could we say that it is, is fair or is just to have the coup?
And let's be, fair to Alpha Condé. It's not like over the course of the 10 years he was leader, things went amiss completely. He was their president when Ebola struck, 2014, 2015. We saw the leadership he showed. And Ghana's former president played a role. He worked hand in hand with him. We set up the Ebola Response Center in Accra. Great job. He did his best in various, areas. He built 2 dams, one completely done. Many Guineans didn't have access to constant electricity before he came. And the other, dam will be commissioned pretty soon. In terms of infrastructure, a lot more needs to be done in the country. So it wasn't like it was all gloom and doom from day one in office to the last day he was toppled. He did some good things. But where Alpha Condé went wrong was when he made an attempt to amend the constitution for a 3rd term. And I see some hypocrisy on the side of ECOWAS. ECOWAS has pretty much become a firefighting regional bloc. When things are going wrong, they say, don't say anything. And that problem is inherent within the ECOWAS Charter. There are protocols within the Charter that dissuade poking your nose into the internal affairs of member states. So it's called the principle of non-interference in the internal affairs of member states. So no matter how bad the decisions of a president are, you are supposed not to talk. You are supposed not to intervene. But when things go wrong, then they call on ECOWAS to intervene. So for me, that principle needs to be reviewed. You need not to be a magician to be told that there will be more coups in the sub-region. Because the things that Alpha Condé did to have warranted the coup are being done by other leaders. Fonya Singbe of Togo, next door Togo, he has amended the constitution, he's doing a 3rd term. Alassane Ouattara, and the Ivorian situation is an enigma, is an irony. Alassane Ouattara was a creation of breaking the jinx of longevity in power. The French deployed soldiers to topple Laurent Gbagbo. Then you come, you do your 2 terms, you've amended the constitution for a 3rd term. And so I think the hands of ECOWAS are tied. You find people come up with a body of literature and research as ECOWAS outlived its usefulness. But if you don't arm ECOWAS with the tools to operate, then it becomes very difficult to preempt some of these things that have happened. So I wouldn't call the coup fair, but I think he has been a victim of circumstance. And Alpha Condé would have a legacy of a mixed bag of good days and bad days. But unfortunately, he will be remembered as a toppled leader in West Africa.
I know this isn't, or we can't compare the West African regional bloc to the Eastern, or the ECAS that's in Southern Africa, where we see Rwanda going into Equatorial Guinea to help them with their issues there that they have, the rebels and all that. Do you think this is something ECOWAS could also add into their charter?
Yes, you mentioned before we went on screen, you mentioned the issue of the Gambia, and I'm happy your lovely reportage of the events of the Gambia and the transitioning from, Yahya Jammeh to Adama Barrow. ECOMOG was a precursor to the kind of intervention you are seeing in other parts of Africa. We saw the devastating civil war in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And so Nigeria took the lead. And whether we like it or not, Nigeria is the leader of the continent. Nigeria has the largest market, is the largest conglomeration of black people anywhere in the world, over 200 million people. And so we need Nigeria to take the lead on some of these regional security issues. But Nigeria is contending with its own security issue in its backyard, Boko Haram. And so that leadership we saw during the time of ECOMOG and the threat of the use of force in the Gambia seems to be missing currently. So we can pluck some pages from the playbook of Rwanda to be able to, we call it African peer review. If you are Ghana, Nigeria should be able to say, okay, these are the steps you are taking economically, politically, socially, and you need to make these reviews. It is only when we strengthen the early warning mechanisms that we'll be able to forestall coups. It is said that coming events always cast their shadows. You need not be told that these decisions being taken by this president will lead to this eventuality. And so I want a situation whereby there can be a sort of diplomatic intervention to be able to tell that, hey, inflation is too high in your country. Things will bubble over. And so ECOWAS can come in. We have an ECOWAS parliament. We don't have an ECOWAS central bank. That is what differs African regional blocs from the EU. The European Union can actually give you a bailout. ECOWAS can't. So there should be a standby force for ECOWAS, a central bank for ECOWAS, so we can control our forex, we can intervene economically to resolve some of these issues before they bubble over. And so going forward, I believe there are limits to what diplomacy can do. And I believe that at some point we need to use the bully pulpit of ECOWAS to resolve some of these issues before they spiral out of control.
We'll soon talk about the setup of the regional bodies and also the hottest countries or the hotbed for security issues in West Africa, and then Ghana's role in all of these issues that are popping up in the region right after this break. Welcome back to the Lowdown. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and we've been having a discussion on security issues in the West African region with Alhaji Ibad Ibrahim. So we're discussing how ECOWAS is limited in dealing head-on with some security issues that come up. We're also discussing the coup in Guinea. So what are the limitations of diplomatic missions, diplomatic blocs like ECOWAS when it comes to such issues like the coup in Guinea? What is the extent they could go?
The communique that has come out from the extraordinary session summoned by the ECOWAS Chair of Heads of Governments, Ghana's own President Nana Addo, has done what we have done in recent years. As soon as there is a coup, the tools that are available within the toolkit are the things we use. First of all, we announced a suspension of the country from ECOWAS. So the borders are shut. That's a semblance of sanctions. But because we are not an economic powerhouse, you can't say presidents or military people who have saved in banks within West Africa will have their accounts frozen. It is non-existent to begin with. So what you do is to come out and say that the membership of that country has been suspended. So that will cajole them into putting together a transitional government. So from a military junta into a civilian government. But unlike in Mali, where Jerry Rawlings was involved, because Nana Addo, as chair of ECOWAS at that time, invited the military coup leaders to Accra. And they met Jerry Rawlings, because Jerry Rawlings has a history of transitioning from AFRC PNDC into a civilian government. So those were some pep talks that were instrumental in diplomatically resolving the Malian issue. But today, Jerry Rawlings is no more. We've lost him. And so what are the options? And again, I see intransigence on the part of the coup leaders, because they are complaining when things were bad. Where was ECOWAS? Why would ECOWAS now dictate to them what to do? And for me, it puts ECOWAS in a catch-22 situation, because this is a situation you have to intervene. I'm told Ghana's Foreign Affairs Minister is leading a delegation into the country, so they start talking. So the military leaders seem popular currently. We saw the jubilation by a faction, even though you said that may not be representative of the aspirations of all the people. So that means that if ECOWAS wants to use force to turn to a civilian government, there could be a civil war. So the options of ECOWAS are a bit limited, and I believe that when we judge, it's always better than warring. So I believe that we need to speak to Colonel Mamandi and all the people involved in this school to want to sit around the negotiating table with civilian, leaders, technocrats who are ready to be part of a transitional government, so that we go beyond this. ECOWAS comes up with ad hoc measures. We saw in the Gambia, they involved Salif, Buhari, and other leaders, and immediately after the crisis, they dissolved that, initiative. So it should be a continuous, standby initiative to resolve political and security issues. That is what is lacking. So I believe the ECOWAS Charter needs to undergo review. A charter that has been there for decades cannot serve the interests of a 21st century sub-region. So where there needs to be more engagement, I think that is what we need to do. So that diplomatically, the overarching impact of diplomacy can resolve some of these issues before they even happen.
There's an argument that the age factor plays a role in ECOWAS, because the leadership of ECOWAS, I mean, if you look at it averagely, average age will be around 60. And most of these people have seen different regimes of the past, and there's been an evolution of how diplomacy is done. There's been an evolution of how states are run and all of these. But you can see that these people are looking at things from one direction, and there's an argument that when this age factor is dealt with, then we might have a different kind of approach to diplomacy in the region. All these ideas that are coming up and suggestions might be looked at and welcomed into the Charter of ECOWAS and would have some continuity and growth. Is that also your belief?
That's a very good viewpoint. I hear a lot of clarion call on the part of the youth. Even in Ghana, we have fixed the country. In Nigeria, we saw end SARS. And what the youth wanted to do, they wanted to push the envelope further, that beyond the dissolution of the Special Armed Robbery Response Squad, they wanted something else. But I always want us to tread on the side of caution. Because when the youth within the sub-region have been given the opportunity to assume positions of trust, they have in some cases been more corrupt than these aged, dying leaders we are saying they should leave the scene. Look at our universities, whether NUCS or SRC. Look at the allegations of corruption. So if somebody in your middle or late 20s cannot be trusted with the dues of students, how can we trust you with billions of dollars of our GDP as a West African country? So I don't think it's an either-or situation. And the youth and the aged can be mutually inclusive. We can tap into the wisdom of the aged and the exuberance of the young to build West Africa and the rest of Africa, because the youth themselves have not proven themselves trustworthy with the national purse, the national kitty in some cases.
But aren't the aged to blame for this? Because if you look at the governments of all these leaders we're talking about, they're also old people, and the youth are put at the back to deal with young people, and the young people they are the biggest numbers of people in these countries. And you're also being corrupt. What do you expect them to learn? Or what are they supposed to learn from?
They can always be different. And over the past 3 regimes, I think, in Ghana, we've seen very important and delicate positions handed over to young people. And what has been the jury out there? In some cases, it's been worse than having a septuagenarian occupy that position. And so for me, I think we should tread on the side of caution. And we can't blame the aging leaders too much. Why? You can't run for president until you are 40. And in some cases, some of them have had to struggle for 20 years or 25 or 30 years Nana Addo in a case intended to be president many decades ago, and you only got the nod in 2016. So by the time you would have achieved your presidential ambition, you would be old. So maybe the system has to change.
Isn't that a recipe for coup d'etats?
Yes, yeah, it is, and I agree with you. So maybe we can bring down the age. If universal suffrage is 18, and currently we are even making an advocacy, they should be lowered to 16, because these, young people, they are able to do with digital media what the aged cannot do. There are apps on phones now that teenagers in high schools know better than some people in the university. So these baby boomers, people born in the 2000s, should be a part of the political system. So number one, we are making a recommendation that universal suffrage should move from 18 to 16, because more exposure for these people at their age than we had in our time. And then why do you have to be 40 before you can run for president? We can lower that age as well to maybe 30 or 25 if you are an achiever, so that we can shorten the curve. So by Obama ran as, he did one term as a senator from Illinois. An opportunity presented itself. He became a president in his 40s. By Donald Trump and then Biden actually ran for president in the 80s. He didn't succeed in the primaries. And so it has taken this long for him to be there. And therefore, I think we would be comparing oranges and apples if we say that the aged, generation have failed us. So let's wipe them off and then bring young people. I think it should be a melange or a mixture of the two, so that West Africa and the rest of Africa will achieve the kind of goals we want.
Now let's look at some security crises in the region. We have Boko Haram, we have Fulani herdsmen attacking people, we have even Islamic State, IS, in other countries. We also have COVID. We can't rule out COVID. And we have so many others. They keep growing and they keep multiplying. Let's start with Boko Haram.
Okay.
Boko Haram. We are not seeing a regional push in fighting Boko Haram. Yes, we know the US government is helping with intelligence, but they can't really go indirectly. I don't see Ghana playing any role, unless maybe it's a security strategy that they don't want to come out with that information, which maybe you might confirm or not. And the entire ECOWAS are looking on, and we are leaving Nigeria to their fate. Nigeria changed its head of military to fight Boko Haram. They had issues with that. A lot of soldiers were killed. Now they are changing strategies. How do you see Boko Haram ending anytime soon?
You see, the region is responding to these security challenges, first to begin with Boko Haram. There are two classifications of security challenges. You have a conventional security challenge, and you have an asymmetric one. Anytime it is conventional, like the war in Liberia and Sierra Leone, then you can come together and say, let's contribute soldiers, ECOMOG, then you go in, you exchange artillery, gunfire, and then you topple the bad guys and then make sure that there is a civilian government. But Boko Haram is an amorphous group. It adopts hit and run tactics. And so you can't tell the line of leadership. And even if you want to negotiate, who do you sit with?
Yeah.
And so it has become very difficult. So there's only one mission, peacekeeping mission within West Africa. It is MINUSMA. And that is to resolve the Azawad secessionist effort in northern Mali. So you find Timbuktu, Kidal, Gao, and Ghanaian soldiers are there.
Yes.
And they are there, contributing their quota to regional security. But we can't deploy to Nigeria because Nigeria, number one, is a big brother. It will be a dent on the credibility, military credibility of Nigeria, that you need soldiers from tiny countries like Ghana to be able to fend off Boko Haram
But it's
attacks.
okay for America to support?
America supports materially with intel because of the satellite assets they have within the region, maybe trainers and all that. But Nigeria alone should be able to resolve the Boko Haram issue. Abuja is one of the areas I work with or in, and when I went to Abuja, I saw that yes, the activities of Boko Haram have taken a toll on the foreign direct investments that would have on a normal day. When you're going into a hotel, the semblance of insecurity that is created, all of that has really chipped away at the economic might of Nigeria as a country. But Ghana can't deploy the way we have done in the case of MINUSMA in Mali because this is unconventional. And so we can help Nigeria with, morale, we can help with diplomacy and all others, but it will be, and especially the fodder and the groups are feeding on, they have made it a religious thing. So if care is not taken, they would want to transpose that kind of idea in individual member countries. And mind you, ECOWAS is largely made up of Francophone countries, and most Francophone countries have a Muslim population of not less than 85%. So if care is not taken, and this idea of, we are fighting against a system that is a kafir system, is going to pose a huge security. It would spread into other regions. Already, we've seen Cameroon suffer from the activities of Boko Haram. Even Chad, Idris Deby died fighting on the front lines, we are told. So we've had to adopt a carrot and stick approach in tackling the Boko Haram menace. But on all other fronts, the pandemic, we've seen, coordination amongst nations. The time has come for us to strengthen the activities of West African Health Organization, WAHO. There's WHO and there's WAHO. And we don't hear too much about them. We need to see infectious disease centers spring up everywhere. We need to see more collaboration, more exchange, so that in future when there's a pandemic like this one, we'll be able to be better prepared to tackle it. But for Ghana, I would commend Ghana because of our leadership role. Burkina Faso is the main security challenge now because Blaise Compaoré was toppled. The youth set the Burkinabe parliament ablaze, and there has been a vacuum. So Ghana is concerned that there could be a spillover. So His Excellency the President was able to convince regional, countries to come up with what we call the Accra Initiative. That conference summit was held at Pejuase Lodge. So nations have come together to share intel. So Ghana, our neighboring countries, and Benin. So even if it is a pin that falls, you need to share the intel with other nations so that you can protect, each member country from the activities of these groups. So if you asked me, I would say we are not doing too badly in terms of confronting head-on the security challenges militating against the stability of West Africa. But more needs to be done so that we keep the sub-region safe.
Let's talk about Ghana's own internal security issues. And currently there's a call for the borders to be open. And the borders have been closed, and there's a belief that it's affecting even the economy of the country. Is that something that you believe in also? Do you think it should be opened?
Off the cuff, I'll tell you that there are about 43 approved and unapproved entry points into Ghana. You see, when you are a sovereign country, there's 3 entry points. You have your airspace,
yes,
and you have your territorial waters. There's some 22 nautical miles before international waters. And then we have the borders, the terrestrial entry points. The most porous are the land borders. So when you go to Paga, Hamile, Sankansi, Elubo, Aflao, there are town folks who can put you on a motorbike and cross over to the other country.
And they are doing that.
And for them, the borders should remain shut because it's good business for smuggling. And customs people as well. There should be integrity in border controls. Some of the border areas, there is no surveillance. It's pretty much like just crossing over. And I believe it is important because some of these, apart from smuggling, you look at the gun running that is going on. Look at the guns in civilian hands in Ghana alone. I sat with the former boss of the National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons some years ago, and their survey shows that at that time there were between 2.3 and 3 million guns in civilian hands. So that is after, when you count every 10 Ghanaians, one of them has got a gun, and that is bad enough. How do these guns get in, even though there is some expertise for local manufacture? At Alavanyo, Konya, and also Swami Magazine in Kumasi and Abosoka in Accra, many of these guns cross over from the borders. So what are we doing as a country? Is it about paying a little bribe so that you cross over with anything? And look at the sacks of onions that come from Niger. Look at the charcoal that comes from across the border. You see a huge truck, and there are loads of sacks. And what kind of, frisk and search do we do? Oh, you are from where? Oh, this is a Burkina Faso truck. Okay. Just pass. We need to have the devices that can, filter through and tell that this contains narcotics, this contains guns. That expertise is not there. And so I want to see us do more.
You think
it's
we should
not
open
just
the
about
borders?
opening the borders.
Okay, but we think we should open it but do more.
We should open incrementally.
Okay.
Because Nigeria shut down its border with Benin, and people were so angry. Why would Nigeria do that? Because there were unintended consequences for Ghanaian traders, Beninois traders, Togolese traders. But they felt Nigerians should eat local rice. And Vietnamese and Filipino rice production companies were taking their rice through Benin and then crossing over through the porous borders. But Buhari stood its grounds. Eat your own food, so that you would empower the local industry. And so for me, it's not about looking inward or opening up entirely. I heard a speech by one of the former presidents of Tanzania, Nyerere. He said, oh, the white folks are deceiving us. They say there should be an open market. But when you put two boxes in a rink, you don't put a heavyweight with a lightweight or a featherweight person. So why should our markets be dumping sites? Look at the fish we saw, the whales we saw on Ghana's coast. When people researched and said, why did the whales die? Some said they were distressed. They were stressed. That was why they died. Maybe somebody has dumped dirty oil in our territorial waters, and somebody has gotten paid for it. We know that British Petroleum and other giant corporations around the world come to our territorial waters and dump dirty oil. How can the fish in our seas survive? So it's not about just being an open market. There should be equity based upon the size of your market and what you are bringing onto the international markets. And so we should have open borders, but we should do so in an incremental way to protect the local industry as well.
So we will have to go on another break, but I was so interested in the open borders part because the moment to try to cut down on the infiltration of the market from or by the Western world, you might also affect other countries in the sub-region. Now we have a lot of countries, even in Ghana, where some of our products we import and then we repackage so that we would have it as made in Ghana, but it's actually not made in Ghana.
Wow.
They would also be affected if that is done.
I think we need to work on the psyche of the black West African. Today, you travel and you come home, you give a pair of shoes to your in-law. If they see made in Italy, they appreciate it more than say this was bought from, Tudu. It's locally made. Somebody has told me that even with the furniture industry, and I'm friends with the expatriate business people here, I can see a lot of, Turkish people invest in that area. Look, the wood, wawa, mahogany, all the wood is here. But when the local manufacturers manufacture knee, for the mere fact that their showroom is not along the Spintex Road, you have to go into CMB to go and buy. Oh, this furniture is fake. I don't want it. So what they do now is, just as you have indicated, they take the wood across the border, repackage, and put made in France on it. And people are quick to buy. So we need to work on the psyche of the people within the sub-region to appreciate our own and patronize our own. Then the idea of an open border, an open market that allows everything to filter through will not affect. Look, we import everything, including toothpick. The toothpick, we import it, I'm told. Look at how you are dressed. Look at how this studio is nice, how I'm dressed. It is likely that 99% of the things here were not made here. And so it is important that we work on those. And the white folks don't like us. I don't believe in Moody's, the Bretton Woods institutions. They paint you black if you want to take charge of your economy. But when they give glowing tributes to your president, it means you are giving away too much. And so I believe we need a rethink. And Paul Kagame has led the way that we can look inward as Africans and still do well economically. This idea of open borders and open markets would only pander to the benefit of the Western powers.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming back after the break to discuss, we'll continue discussing our internal security. We have a new police IGP, and we have some new strategies the police are adopting, which is helping curb crime in the country. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ni Akwe Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Alhaji Irbad Ibrahim. So we're discussing the security issues in Ghana, and we discussed the borders that are closed and how some miscreants, let's call them that, use the closed borders to infiltrate the country with some guns and other banned items. Now the police is busy, and they are very busy since the new IGP came on, and thanks to his interest in publicity and the PR, we hear a lot about police reactions and what they are doing. What do you make of the change in IGP?
There are two ways police officers are trained in Ghana. We are involved at some point. The first one has to do with the state. So there are police recruitment, you recruit academies. You have Tesano, you have other areas of the country. So they go for training. But we believe that the conduct of policing in the 21st century cannot be based upon tools of the past. So we appreciate the kind of training they are given. But security evolves. So all we do is we retrain them on the job. So we have what we call intelligence and forensics training. So we have soldiers, and I'm happy to say I'm a facilitator in that program. So we teach them new techniques and all that, suspicious packages management, explosives and all that. So it's a partnership we have with the security agencies, and we are working in that regard. But there's a new sheriff in town, and anytime there's a new guy, there's a lot of euphoria. I've even seen that horses go on patrol in Ghana. Yes. So the excitement is good, but sustainability is key. Dan Parry is an academic. He's one of only a few people with a PhD in the conduct of security in Ghana. And then he started humbly, and he has gotten to that pinnacle. So I believe that he's going to combine theory with pragmatism to be able to resolve. But the fact that you have a new guy at the police headquarters doesn't mean the criminals will go to sleep. They will always test the pulse of the new mechanisms and strategies that are put in place. So we still hear cases of armed robbery. I am concerned about highway robbery. An international journalist came here recently to conduct research into our security, and he ended up dying out of insecurity in Ghana. So you can imagine the kind of reviews we will get internationally. I'm not happy with the way the barriers and checkpoints are predictable. When you travel between cities, you know that, oh, if it is from Accra to Kumasi, when I get to Lindado, Forestry Commission is there, the Ghana Police Service is there. When I get close to Konongo, Asankari barrier is there. These checkpoints should be snap checkpoints. They should just pop up like mushroom. So that they become unpredictable. Because you can take like 5 kilometers knowing so well that within this, these 5 kilometers, I will not meet any police checkpoint. And that is where the boys strike. And then there's these checkpoints are thinly spread as we even go to the north. So these are unguarded, barren, ungoverned lands. And they're able to strike with reckless abandon. Prominent people are killed, and they get robbed of their possessions. So I want to see the IGP work in that, do more in that regard. And the telcos, there are places where, like Dadieso, when you get to Dadieso, you lose, your connection to any, mobile telephony. And that is where they strike. And our response time too is very bad. When you call the police, how can people be under distress? They call you, they are around Jolo, or they are around East Legon. Before you get there, your siren is blaring. You are giving the armed robbers a signal that you're on your way coming. So they should finish up the operation and leave. I believe that we need to change the strategy. And I want to see more plainclothes people. We should plant molds within these syndicates to be able, as I'm speaking to you, maybe in the coming hours, you'll get to know the work that has been done. Medical insecurity, public health safety is a major national security issue. As we speak right now, I'm in talks with a team that will carry out a sting operation today. What is happening? People are smuggling, as we indicated, fake drugs with no authorization from the Ghana Standards Authority or the FDA. They are selling these drugs to people. Chief among them are aphrodisiac drugs. And you see people die of, heart failure, kidney problems. So it's as a result of the consumption of these drugs. What is national state security doing about it? What we have impounded in 2 operations, according to the medical doctor working on this, ran into the tune of 100,000 Ghana cedis. So who monitors these people who are walking on foot? How do you walk on foot to people at a base or in their offices and say, Oga, buy this one, it will make you stronger in bed? You should be arrested. The one patronizing it himself should be arrested. And so for me, security is a behemoth thing. It's not a gun and bullet thing. We can't limit it to that. Your health and safety, your well-being, the safety of your children when they go out to school, all of these come together to make up the body of security. And I think the IGP has a lot of work on his hands. There is goodwill. There is public goodwill. I see footage of him taking part in night patrols. There is public goodwill. And the PR is top-notch. But beyond that, what are we doing to make the Ghanaians safer?
You shared views that I would say are collective sentiments of Ghanaians, and we all go through these, like the checkpoints we're talking about, where police who are supposed to be on patrols end up checking for, how do you call it, the DVLA, roadworthy, and then they will check your shoes to see if you're wearing slippers or not, and then the criminals just use that to go, and we see them going around and doing their things. Also, the medical issues you've talked about. Is this a leadership problem? Is it a problem of capacity? Is it a problem of training? What exactly do you think the problem is?
It's a problem of perception. And I know GhanaWeb is an international media outlet. Look at the unwholesome content media houses, feed people. Because, somebody cannot just put together a concoction, but because the person can pay for airtime, you start playing jingles for the person. A cursory look at the ads on TV would show you that a chunk of ad money comes from, these drug sellers, medicine sellers, like they say they are herbalists, they are this, they are that. And how can one drug, in trotro, solve all medical issues in the world? This solves cocoa, it solves headache, it solves TB, it solves this, it solves that. The guy should be arrested. So we need the will to be able to tackle some of this, because you are waiting for Boko Haram to strike or militants to cross over from Burkina Faso. How many people can they kill? They attack a hotel, they kill 10, 15 people. But you are losing tens, if not hundreds of people every day as a result of bad public safety mechanisms you have. So I believe that area, people are dying in hospitals. And the hospitals, look, medical negligence for you to lose a relative. I read a story on GhanaWeb about a family that was suing one of the hospitals because of what they perceive as medical negligence. Because they should have conducted surgery, they kept delaying, they had to give some money, they went for some scan, they said, hey, so you have money like that, from 25,000, bring all the 40K. That is a national security issue. If I don't feel safe when I have headache and I'm on admission, it should be a thing of concern to the police. VNI, or what is now called NIB, should be concerned. National Security Secretariat should be concerned. So I believe that it's not an issue of capacity. Look at the recruitments we are doing. The state security agencies are recruiting. GIS is recruiting. The Ghana Fire Service is recruiting. The Army recently recruited. We saw the long queue from Elwak through cantonments. So it's not an issue of capacity. It's a change of perception of what security means, so that we will understand what our priorities should be as a country and then tackle them head on. And I believe, I think we have emphasized too much on counterterrorism. We have, imported America's #1 security challenge and made it our own. If Al-Qaeda wants to attack America, and so America takes counterterrorism serious, that doesn't mean that should be the go-to thing for all nations in West Africa or the rest of Africa. Road accidents, and kudos to GhanaWeb on your road safety initiative. Road accidents have killed us over the years more than any other thing. Disease has killed us over the years more than any other thing. So I think we need a tweak of our understanding of national security. And I believe that the use of soft power, outreach, engaging people, giving people the right orientation would go a long way to make Ghana cling to its reputation as one of the most peaceful countries in West Africa, to attract the kind of foreign direct investment we want.
I pray the IGP is listening and watching as well, to take a cue from what you've said. Very great submissions.
We think that if you are strong, it means 6th March there is a parade, we are exhibiting. Security has long moved from that. We need to individualize security, come to the level of the people. Look, the cleaner who comes to work at dawn, how safe is the person? It's a national security issue. Because somebody can compromise your cleaner, and the person can have a bargain device. Maybe you don't. Look, there are instances police officers complain to us when they are put on duty in the houses of ministers. They are so ill-treated, where to even attend nature's call is difficult for them. And this is a guy who is only 5 seconds away from your life. He is armed, but he's not happy. You are a rich man. You have deficit of 6 months arrears. You've not paid your driver or your watchman. And beyond, apart from God, your life is in the hands of these people. So we need to completely do an overhaul of the way people see security. And we see ritual killings take place now. Yes, some are for money rituals. But how serious have we taken mental security in Ghana? Every corporate entity should, every 6 months, have a psychiatric specialist come and interview your employees. Because if the employee is not happy, the MD's life is at risk. Because he can just barge into your office and then bludgeon you with a knife. And some of these issues are mental security issues.
Security is really broad.
It's broad, and I believe that the time has come for us to spread the tentacles of our security apparatuses so that we can tackle some of these issues.
Bribery and corruption on our roads. Policemen taking, pittance. We all see them, and we are with them when this is done. Some of us give the money. Is it something that we should be worried about, or is something that we should forget about because there are major issues that we should deal with?
Kidnapping syndicates have found fertile ground in Ghana. Because someone stops a Corolla, oh, I buy, you just give a token. Nobody searches what is back there in your trunk or boot. And people just don't kidnap. When they kidnap, they move. I almost served a client as a consultant. He came from Russia. He was working in mining. Look, in Ghana, in Accra, he was stopped at a checkpoint and people had labels of Interpol. They were fake. And they kidnapped him.
Wow.
And they moved him from one safe house to another, torturing him and forcing him to sign off on documents. And they sold off his property, a foreigner. For 8 months, nobody knew his whereabouts.
In this country?
In this country. There are property owners, all in the name of we are into real estate. People come in with bags of money. They rent apartments and houses. Who checks the backgrounds of these people? Of course, the safe houses they were keeping the kidnappee in were rented places. For so long, we have made a recommendation there should be a common database between property owners and national security.
It shouldn't be like I have money for 2 years, so as soon as I come, I pay the landlord or landlady, then I move in. People don't know their neighbors. And if Al-Qaeda wants to strike, the person may come for short stay. I was in Nairobi, the Westgate Mall, where we lost Professor Awono.
Yeah.
They said, incidentally, the guys had rented one of their shops. And gradually they were moving the weapons. And when D-Day came, they struck. You are a landlady. Young men are living in your house. They drive in Porsche cars. They don't work during the day. They play music all day long. They go out at night and come at dawn. They are a threat to national security. So all of these things come together to make up the well-being and security of a country. And I believe that we need to look at these fine details. If not, Ghana will lose its reputation as a peaceful country. Thank you very much, Alhaji Ebad Ibrahim. That was a very informative discussion, and this is the lowdown. My name is Nia Akwe Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on GhanaWeb TV. Be safe.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my bra. I don't know him.